Okay, well, I thought we were done with the new entry time runs, but we got a couple, three more here for our new entry time runs. So we're going to put out that second call for our pro. Pro run for the money. Again, you must buy in. So pro, you must buy in to get the run for the money. And we've got you. So it's only 20 bucks if you want to get this hit. So pro run for the money, your second call. And those are lanes 3 and 4. Well, that's pretty interesting. Look at the scoreboard up there. His ET was 7.894, and his mile an hour was 78.93. That's pretty cool. Well, it looks like he might be stuck in the middle of the racetrack, so we're going to hang on to him for just a minute and throw up the reds. And so it looks like, again, don't know if he's still moving up there or not. Well, it does look like he's still moving a little bit, so maybe just a second or three. So once again, final call going out for pro run for the money. Final call going out, pro run for the money. Again, if you want this time run, it's going to cost you 20 bucks. Otherwise, stand back. That $20 will be collected in the lanes. And we're going to go right into eliminations following this run for the money. All right, here we go. Run for the money. Getting started off on our Hangover Nationals. What a great deal this has been so far. And we got Wallies going out today. So Paul Coleman here on the tower side, and his Chevelle comes up out of Rio Rico. Mike Williams driving that good-looking blue 64 Plymouth Fury. It's a big block, 440 cubic inches under the hood. I think Paul's a big block as well. Larry's engine and marine 555 cubic inches. Oh, it looks like Paul's going to go in deep on this one. So he's got the going to go in deep and turn on a red light. So I don't know for sure whether that red lights count on that run for the money or not, but we'll find out, because he goes 20 on an 03. Williams goes 42 on a 40. Edwards here in the left lane. Nice 005 reaction time. Not a bad hit for Jeffrey. It goes under by 3 thou though at 108 miles an hour. Samantha 26 light, and then goes 67 on a 77 at 102. Mark Pelkey in the Monte Carlo left-hand lane, looking for a 652 right-hand lane. DeAndre Fitzgerald. DeAndre's gone rounds day after day here at the Hangover Nationals. Mark red light by 82. DeAndre 78 green. DeAndre goes 654 on a 660 at 105 miles an hour. Pelkey's going to go a 657 on a 652 at 104. Dean Cummins, the Nova, 69 Nova, out of Glendale, 594 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Lonnie Andazola. Lonnie's in his 67 Camaro. It is a small block 40. Cubic inches, a small block Chevy, and a perfect reaction time. So our first perfect light of the day goes to Lonnie Andazola, 666 on a 664 at 103 miles an hour. Cummins goes at 594, goes dead on 1, so that's going to be the closest so far at 115 miles an hour. So Dean Cummins. Frankie Leon. Frankie goes under his 8 with a 5. It's 97 miles an hour. Strader goes 11 on an 01 at 92. Derek Fisher driving the Fairmont, Ford Fairmont. Team Geezers and the Kid, 1980 Ford Fairmont. 655 is the dial in the right-hand lane, up against Cliff Hall. Cliff with a 658 in the Falcon, 1964 Ford. Fisher goes under 3 with a 52 on a 55, 64 light. Hall in the Falcon. He goes 660 on a 658. Luis Valenzuela, 84 Camaro, big block, 496, 556 dial. And Mr. Wolfmeyer in the 72 Long Roof Vega is a small block. It's a stroker motor, 691 is the dial. Goes a 62. Wolfmeyer goes 701 on a 691 at 97.35. Alan Walcott, Corvette, left lane. I'm sorry, it's Regan Walcott, left lane. And Chris Doctor. Chris in the 62 Big Bel Air. Chris is looking for a 621. Regan wants a 738. Wow, nice 006 reaction time for Chris. Chris goes 35 on the 21 at 109 miles an hour. Regan goes 747 on a 38 after a 61 light, but Chris with that 006, nice hit. Brad Fisher, 4-speed long roof Fairmount, 791. Over there in the right-hand lane, up against Carlos Ortiz. Carlos in the Monty. 627 is the top. Carlos, red light. 112. Fisher goes 97 on a 91 at 88 miles an hour. Carlos goes under the 27 with an 18. Here's the Dirty Bird, Kyle Fisher. Kyle Fritz, duh. Up against Tatum Marconi. Tatum in the Mopar. That's a 66 Dodge Corvette. In the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane, Tatum wants a 683. The Dirty Bird looking for a 747 in that 89 Pontiac. Fritz with an 11 red and Tatum with a double 4 red. But looking for the 683, goes a 671 at 100 miles an hour. Fritz looking for a 47, goes a 46 and a 2. So 8 under it at 91.86. Andy Kimball, Luis Ortiz. Ortiz in the Valiant 610 is the dial. Kimball in the Mustang. Looking for a 692. Luis with a 35 light. Goes 26 on the 10. Andy goes 709 on the 692 at 96.94. Ken Gorman here in the left-hand lane in his Challenger. And John Amstutz. Amstutz in a Camaro. Won a whole bunch of rounds yesterday. So see if these two drivers can keep it up again today, headed for that Wally. Team Geezers and the Kid again for John Amstutz. 773 is what he's looking for. Well, Ken's looking for a 673. Ken red light by 136. Amstutz 54 on the green. And then he goes 779 at 90 miles an hour. Gorman, he goes 680 on his 673. Thad Card here in the left-hand lane and his Mustang. And Jimmy Southwick. Jimmy's in a 1989 Chevy S10. Schroeder motor, 383. Wants a 718. 709. Wow. Thad goes 709. Goes dead on 7. So a 14 pack, but at 96 miles an hour. So he's close to that run for the money. Southwick goes 444 on an 18 at 97. Here's Alan Walcott in his 2017 Z06. 752 is the dial in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Up against Trevor. Trevor wants a 690. Alan goes under 4th thou. Dial to 52, goes a 51.6 at 98 miles an hour. Trevor 9 up on it, goes 99 on a 90 at 100. Well, right at the moment, don't have the info for you for this Challenger. Car number 794C, anyway. here in the left-hand lane with a 731 dial. Up against Craig Sauerbaugh. Craig, 1996 Firebird. 699. Launch goes red by 10. Craig goes dead on 8 at 96 miles an hour. The right lane challenger goes double 3 on a 31. Here's Jeff Lee. And that AMX comes out of an Anthem. 390 cubic inches of American Motors. 645 dial left lane against Aaron McCammon. Aaron in 1970 El Camino. 621 dial. Wow, another perfect light. Two perfect lights in the pro category. Jeff Lee just knocked one down, then goes 62 on a 45. McCammon goes 24 on a 21 at 109 miles an hour. Here's Stan Hammond and Monique Allen. Monique's in a 77 Corvette with a 681 on the window. Stan goes single, it's a 617. Nice 005 light for Stan. Then goes a 620 at 109. Monique goes 690 on a 681 at 99.04. Tim DeBrocke in Timmy's Toy comes down out of Sholo in that 68 Dart. 720 dial in the American Walk-In Coolers right lane. Victor Sandoval. Victor looking for 599. Victor goes under his 99 with a 95 at 114 miles an hour. DeBrocke 7 up, goes 27 on a 20 at 92.97. Henry Leyva, Carson Heath. Arizona differential specialists Henry and David Leyba out of Litchfield Park, Arizona. Henry here in the tower side, 683 is the dial. Carson wants a 705. And Carson runs a 704 with a 7 at 96 miles an hour. Henry's going to go a 689 on the 83 at 98. Here's Jeremy Plyer coming out of Douglas in the nose. 663 in the Camaro. Jeremy goes a 585 with a 2. Kurt goes 663 and goes dead on 7, but a 54 light might keep him out of it. 103. Another Douglas runner, Steve Valdez, in his 71 Chevy Nova. Nah, how about a Vega? Sitting here looking at it and call it a Vega. Or yeah, 661 is the dial for Steve anyway. Chloe wants a 628. Goes red by 101. Valdez goes 63, 2 up on his 61 at 101. Chloe goes 36 on a 28 at 109. Here's Rob Khalil. Once again, we want to say thanks out to Rob for yesterday's 50-50 winner. Bought a whole bunch of tickets and turned it all to the big wheel. So thank you, Rob. Looking for a 664 in that big back windowed Barracuda. Goes to 69 though after a 007 light. Heath Hawthorne and his Nova goes 97, 17 up on the 96 with a 60 light at 100.41. Here's Mike Heath out of Cottonwood. Wants a 644 in the white plain wrappered Camaro. Up against Manny Lopez. Manny wants a 709 in his Camaro. It's an 81 Camaro against a 67 Camaro. Mike goes at 011 on the tree, and then 649 on a 644 at 103. Manny, he goes a 719 on the 709. Here's Jimmy Maddox. And Passaby goes 78 on a 7. Maddox goes under by 9 thou on his run at 111 miles an hour. The Hound Dog, Howard DeVore here in the left-hand lane, 680. Here's the dial up against Adriel Lopez. Adriel out of Bisbee wants a 542. Howard's going to go 81 on an 80. Adriel 51 on a 42 at 126. Here's Joe Cox. Team El Bandito in the 66 Plymouth. 692 is the dial. Eric Daniels looking for a 714. I'm sorry, Chris Stout. Duh, sorry about that. Chris Stout. Left-hand lane, 714. And Joe Cox comes out the big end. 697 on the 92. Chris is gonna go a 714. Goes dead on 3 with a 21 light at 96.83. Bob Cohen. Kerry told me that it's a brand new transmission in there today, so another perfect light for Bob Cohen. So Cohen goes 80 on the 83, but that perfect reaction time. So we got all kinds of donuts going out this morning. There's already been 3 perfect lights. Darwin Layford. Pfeiffer goes 78 on a 74. Cannon goes under his 13 with an 11 at 111. Here's Tim Moore and John Schurer. Schurer in the Mr. Magoo 2 looking for a 676. And Tim Moore wants a 578. Tim's here in the left-hand lane, Camaro. And Schurer in the right-hand lane. Wow. Tim going to chop the tree down today with a 005 and then goes dead on 4. Dead on 4 with a 5 light 9 pack at 121 miles an hour for Timmy. Sure goes under his 76 with a 75 and a 9 1,000 at 100.07. Charlie Germain and Richard Haney. Haney 66 Mustang 583 is the dial for Richard. Charlie 687. Wow, 418 on the red side, then goes 87 on an 83. And then Charlie goes a 76. Wow, Charlie way under his 87 at 100 miles an hour. There's Dave Dudley with a double 08 reaction time. Nice hit. Looking for a 680. Chuck Hawk Jr. in the Mustang. Looking for an 01. Goes an 07 at 96.85. Here is Eric Daniels and AJ Crater. AJ was up yesterday, picked up some donuts. We got some folks that we got 3 triple lights already. So Lonnie Andazola, Jeff Lee, and Bob Cohen. You can all slip up and get you a couple of Allen's Donuts up here. We got perfect lights, 3 of them already in the pro category. Here is Eric Daniels, goes 007 on the red side, and then goes 41 on a 48. Crater looking for a 40, and goes a 44 at 79 miles an hour. Well, here's last night's in the finals. Andy Kadar. 796 is the dial for Andy in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane up against Chris Citro's Mustang. The Mustang wants a 656. Andy Kadar, wow, out with a 61. And Chris Citro, 030. And Chris goes 7,000 under, goes at 55 at 105 miles an hour. Kadar, 809 on a 796 at 85 miles an hour. Here's Tony Marconi in the Plymouth Arrow Roadster. Tony's here in the left-hand lane. Tony's looking for a 601. Up against Rob Strong and his Firebird. The Firebird wants a 731. So Rob Strong all the way from Hemet, California, in that Firebird Chevrolet powered. Marconi red light 7. Looking for a 601 and goes 601, goes dead on 5 at 114. Strong 812. Wow. On a 731 at 87 miles an hour. Here's Matt Hawk. I understand pretty much the team wheelie slow held up the entire team yesterday. See what happens today. Up against Jessica Robinson. Jessica 1979 Malibu, 828 dial. Up against Matt's 744. Matt goes 745 with a 1. Jessica goes under 7 thou. Dial to 28, goes to 27 and a 3. Wes Snodgrass in the Nova, left lane, 67 Nova. Up against Mark Johns. Johns with a 637. Snodgrass with a 610. Wheels up launch for Snodgrass, goes 11 green. Johns goes 78 on the red side, but looking for a 37, goes a 42. Snodgrass goes 607 on the 10 at 112. Here's Ken Nowicki here in the left-hand lane. I believe Ken is one of our new entries, as well as the challenger in the right-hand lane. So Ken Nowicki in the all-aluminum Plymouth, looking for a 705, goes a 709. And the challenger in the right-hand lane goes 35 on a 31 at 98 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the street, Junior Street and High School. Your first call to lane 2. Motorcycles, your first call to lane 1. And Sportsman, your first call to lane 3 and 4. Now, Sportsman, this is a run for the money for you. So, Sportsman, this is a run for the money for you. And that'll be collected in the lanes. That's $20 on your run for the money. So, Junior Street and High School and Motorcycle, this is a time run for you, but Sportsman, this is your run for the money. So if you want to get this hit, you must bring $20 with you to the lanes. There's Kim Zimmerman. And the blue oval bullet, that's Marcos. Kimmy turns on the red light by 5. Marcos goes 61 green. And then looking for a 57, goes a 79 at 101. Kim goes a 34 on a 31 at 91.5. Here's Tyler Sally. And Kurt Zenzalita. Zenzalita with a 595. And Tyler with a 734. 34. Kurt with a 595. And also on that combo, Junior Street and High School, that is a run for the money for you as well. So Junior Street and High School, that is a run for the money for you as well. So as well as Sportsman, Junior Street and High School, yours is the run for the money as well, and it's 20 bucks taken care of in the lanes. Looks like Tyler's going to go a 38 on a 34. And Kurt Zenzalita looking for a 95, goes a 95, goes dead on 8 at 114. And again, not sure who's driving the Outlaw today, but I believe that's throwing that out there just in case. If it is Joe Kidd Jr., looking for a 74, goes dead on 4 at 100 miles an hour. Trevor must be looking for a 690, goes a 704. Darwin Layford, again, the double entered a couple of them. So Layford in his 73 Camaro and the Camaro Tower side. 557N is the Camaro, looking for an 877. Layford in the right-hand lane, looking for an 678. Goes under by 4 at 101 miles an hour for Layford. And the left lane goes 880 on an 877. Here's Alex Sandin. Comes up out of the Hermosillo, Mexico area in this good-looking Plymouth. Now, he's gone several rounds here at some of the bigger events as well. So in his Plymouth, so 7343 is the car number, and I believe he's going to get the new entry time run. So did not see Alex yesterday, so probably going to do just a new entry time run. Once again, second call going out for Junior Street and High School, lane 2, motorcycle, lane 1, and Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Now, again, Sportsman and Junior Street and High School, this is your run for the money. So 20 bucks in hand, please, and numbers on the window. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is my pleasure. Mr. Alan Reinhardt joined us again today. So, Alan, there you go. And it's on.
Thanks, Bruce. So did Dean win?
I think so. It's unofficial, coming out of the tower.
Did you have anybody dead zero?
We did. Had 3 of them.
You had 3 dead zeros?
Yeah. Jeff Lee, Bob Cohen, and Larry Andazola.
They all went dead on 0?
They all went dead on, not dead on 0. No. Triple lights. Donuts.
No, I'm asking who won the money. Who won the money? Who cares about the donuts?
No idea. I have no.
Did you have anybody run dead 0?
Unofficial? Nope.
Okay. I had Dean Cummins at dead 1, so.
Yeah. Unofficial. Out of the tower.
Dean will double check it, but it sounds like you might just be taking home the cash. By the way, if you wanted to pitch into the announcer end of day relief fund, you can do that. It's 50% of your run for the money winnings. Unless you're in a generous mood, then it's 60% or 80%. So what do you got coming in? We got the high school and Junior Street guys here. We got the motorcycles, right, for a time run. And we've got Sportsmen rolling into the lanes. Awesome. I've been here for 25 seconds and I've already got the microphone cord braided. How did he do that? By the way, the donuts for perfect reaction time are while they last today, because I went looking for more donuts and couldn't find more donuts. So what we got is what we got. Our high school / junior streeters.
Said yes. So he's going to have to keep track of it, I guess.
Nathan Rensick goes 1070, 66 miles an hour, and what's that, a 90 something? Next pair rolling in and ready to go. Hopefully we got driver information on that black car today. Yesterday I know they were making license passes, but the new entries today. By the way, the red golf cart that's down there parked trackside, can we get that moved, please? Do you see there's a big sign down there that says don't park on the rocks? Again, the red golf cart that's trackside, can we get that moved, please? The gravel is not a parking area. Thank you. Here comes Allison Bolle. Allison won this deal last night. She's lining up over here on the left side. Mustang on the right side. I'm trying to read what it said on the back window of the Mustang. Something about sign up here or send money here. Or Allison goes 11,901, 62 miles an hour. 861.1, 82 miles an hour for the Mustang. What? Well, then get a donut or two. It's while they last. So once we're out of donuts today, we're out of donuts today. I wasn't able to find my normal donut giveaways, so what we got is what we got. Take two. Comes Madeline Smith. I really like the Mini Cooper. If there's a Mini Cooper, is there like a Maxi Cooper or a Major Cooper or a Super Cooper? That'd be a great name for a car. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's a Super Cooper, 907, 71 miles an hour for the kid. 10011, or 10011, looks like binary code. Hey, while it's reasonably quiet-ish, Super Pro, attention, Super Pro, if you are in the run for the money, crosstalk will be on. Treat it like an elimination run. If you are in for the run for the money, crosstalk will be on. If you want to put the N on the car, you can do that. But since the tiebreaker is going to be reaction time, it's going to be important that you know how the tree is going to come down. There's been a public service announcement brought to you by Tucson Dragway in the 2025 edition of the Hangover Nationals. By the way, if anybody has found a briefcase full of hundreds, please bring it to the tower. I didn't lose it, but I could use a briefcase full of hundreds. If they're 20s or 50s, that's fine too. There's a finder fee. Sacktown is leading the three-person team race? Okay. Good to know. I was going to enter Reinhardt's Ringers yesterday. They told me I didn't have to actually be on it, so I was just going to pick 3 names out of the hat. Justin Willison and Marlene Willison. Okay, here we go. Husband and wife, side by side. I know it's just a time run, but you got to believe there's a side bet on this, right? Right? Like, you know, who's going to make dinner? Who's going to do the dishes? Who's going to wax the motorhome? Justin, I've never been married, and this advice will be worth everything you paid for it. It's usually a bad idea to beat your wife in a motorcycle race, even if it is just practice. Justin had himself a pretty good run here yesterday, if memory serves. Raced his father-in-law in the first round and then rocked his way all the way to the end of the day. '66 to a 92. All right, I don't think he'll be in too much trouble for that. 583, 117 for Justin. Marlene goes 6 flat, 116. In next is Dan Schneider and Bill Kay. Bill's kind of got that Evel Knievel look, you know, the stars down his legs. Fun fact, at least I think it's fun. Evel Knievel did not get the name Evil by being like a wild and wacky daredevil. He got the name Evil by being a schmuck. Wow, interesting. I said donuts while they last because they're limited supply, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I got them coming. Jim Burris in the left, Bill Kay in the right. At least I think it's Bill Kay. There's a question mark next to the K. .560 for Jim Burris. 126 of speed, 609 at 119. Comes up for Bill.
Hopefully that's the issue. Yes, sir.
594, 115 miles an hour. On the solo. I never got Matt Blewett. Was Matt here yesterday? I don't remember Matt yesterday. Super Pro, come on down. Run for the money. Bring your cash. Both drivers with a pretty solid shot at the old reaction timer. See what they do down at the old 8 mile. 6:14, 119 for Blewett. 6:41, 106 miles an hour for Dan Schneider. And look, there's more. More. Glenn Welko cruising on down the boulevard, and Art Engstrom. Like he rolled through the beam. 941, 76 miles an hour for Glenn. Then we're going to reset for Art since it's just a practice run. Be a little different in an elimination run, but let Art have his one swing at it before we get into eliminations later on in the day. Something about motorcycles leaving off the top bulb. You watch his clutch hand fly when the top light comes on, and then you just like tuck and get ready. 618, 113. Pat Marbach now on the left side, and Mike Layton on the right. Mike on the V-Rod over there on the right side, and he is a new addition today. Hey, not everybody can take Friday off. Some people are like, I don't know, reasonably responsible human beings. I read that someplace. I don't actually know anybody like that, but 769, 90 miles an hour for Mike. 996 for Pat at 72 miles an hour. And here comes Marty Layton on the Suzuki here left side. And Sean Phipps. Sean had a pretty good run last night. Making his way late into the evening. Deep into the money. Speaking of money, if you won money yesterday but you did not collect it last night, you can get that later on today. Not yet. Robin is not here yet, but we'll let you know when the check writing goddess shows up. All right, Sean, let's see if you can keep it going. Sean actually double entered that thing. He was running in Sportsman as well as on the 647, 107 miles an hour with an 026 bulb for Sean. 757 at 96 miles an hour. Comes up for Layton. And here comes Tom Patterson. Green and black Howie. Part of that 3-bike attack. And we got Sportsman pulling into the water. Super Pro, come on down, run for the money. Super Pro. Bring your 20 and head this way. 522 for Patterson. That's pretty solid. 574. 122 miles an hour. I think he's looking for revenge on his son-in-law here today. Probably like to take that revenge out in the final round, not the first round. And we're going money running again. If the first car down the track here, if one of these first two cars goes trip, zip, dead zero, then everybody else can like just go home. I do like the Maverick. Brandy Card, the baby blue machine out of Cottonwood, 347 stroker. Got a license plate on it. That makes it even cooler. Robert Martin over in the right side. In the Nova, that thing's got a license plate on it. You get an extra point on the coolometer for driving a Sportsman or even a Super Pro car on the street. .743 for Brandy. 2 quicker than she predicted. At 90 miles an hour, 810, 85 miles an hour for Rob Martin. 10th plus back. Hey, Super Pro, again, reminder, Super Pro crosstalk will be active. Treat it just like a race. If you're doing the run for the money, crosstalk will be active. If you don't want it, put the N on the car, but it will be on. Denise Heath left. Jason Beitman right. I'm looking at Denise's staging director over here on the left side of the car. I'm thinking if she's got 2 bulbs lit, she's looking out the left window, she's probably got her focus in the wrong place. Just throwing it out there. Jason goes 751 on the 750, so that's where you got to start. 018 over. That's not going to be enough, but that's officially the number to beat. He took a dead one to win in Pro. And here comes the challenger on the left side. Joe Gerson on the right side, the 327 El Camino. El Camino, for those of you who don't speak Spanish, is translates into the Camino. I'm trying to be as helpful as I can. We don't care about red lights unless it comes down to a tiebreaker. And we don't care about either one of those runs. 907 on the 902 for Joe. That's not going to get it done. 828. 828 on the 750. Ugh. Ugh. Corey Schringer, 1970 Barracuda. The AAR Hemi Green or Sublime Lime. Melissa Citro over on the right side. And her little Fox body. The maroon machine with the 347 stroker. I gotta tell you, I like the green. I've always been a green guy. Always been a green guy. Reminds me of my Roadrunner I used to have way back in the day. 753. Excuse me, Cody, where are you going? Put an 8 flat on the window. Apparently he just wanted a time run. 768, 90 miles an hour for Melissa. Brings up Art Scheringer. And Ginger Vaughn. A couple of new gen challengers. Left side says Hemi. I'm going to assume it's a 5.7. The Angry Bee, the 392 over on the right side. .783, 82 miles an hour. That's no good. Art goes 908. That's even no good. Nowhere gooder. Yeah, nowhere. That's a word, sorta. One of them was not good, and one of them was not gooder. Kurt Spangler and Mark Clayton coming at you now. Mark Clayton's little roadster is cool. The 1930 coupe, 5 window. Well, the windshield doesn't count. Everybody has one of those. And the Dart, Kurt Spangler. Kurt out of Hot Springs, Arkansas. Well, now wait a minute. If that really is Kurt, because that is definitely not a Camaro. Must be one of those double enter things. 8:14, dead 7 for Mark Clayton. Okay, Mark, now you gave everybody something to shoot for. Mark Clayton goes dead on 7, and that is the official mark. Get it, the official mark? I could have said the official Clayton, but it just doesn't have the same ring to it. Christine Fife on the left side. Camaro on the right. Bruce knows who that is.
Natalie Graham.
Natalie Graham? Oh, that's Natalie, okay. I should have known that. Don't believe Natalie was here yesterday. Again, some people are like, responsible human beings. Friday was a work day. Friday was an important day. Christine goes 9:13 and 75 miles an hour. 8:77, 82 miles an hour for Natalie. We just saw Natalie Graham. Here comes Jonathan in the Kia Soul. You got to love a guy who drag races a Kia Soul. Smash the gas down there. You hear that? Just good. He's going to be about an hour off the dial. Yeah, 8:33. 87 miles an hour. Graham goes 10:01 at 72 miles an hour. Brings up Steve Shoemaker. Got the Ford Ranger with the Chevy motor in it. And Russ Lindsay's got the Olds Omega with the Chevy motor in it. Dead 7 so far. Dead 7 is the run for the money target. Both drivers off and running. Now we play match game. See if we can make the number on the top match the number on the bottom. Russ Lindsay goes 8,300. That would have been great if he'd have dialed 830, but that's not what he did. Predicted an 827. 940 was the prediction for Steve, and he outran that by a chunk. Here comes Double Trouble Dan in the left side, and Bad Brad in the right. Well, everybody that's bad is Brad is Bad Brad. Everybody that's Eddie is Fast Eddie. I got my eyes on Double Trouble over here. He's a guy that will sneak in and steal the money. Not this time. 783 at 88 miles an hour. Brad goes 912. I'm supposed to read that without a microscope? What's it say?
It says Robin. Oh, no, that's for you. It's not.
I just got an update on payouts. Payouts will take place later when Robin gets here. Didn't I say that? I think I did. I will let you know when Robin gets here. By the way, speaking of Robin, if you have been thinking about getting on board with some insurance for your race car, your race team, your race stuff, Robin's going to be here later, and if you'd like to chat with her, she is an agent for Larice. My guess it goes 769 at 92 miles an hour. That's not going to do him any good. Haley Bopp, 870 at 81 MPHs. Anyway, if you've been thinking about kicking around, maybe getting insurance for your racing operation, Robin will be here later, and she is a licensed official insurance agent for Larissa Motorsport Insurance. You just want a little information, or maybe you want to get a quote. When she gets here later, look her up. Here comes Kyle Fritz, Bomb Pop in the Firebird. Mike Williams in the Plymouth Fury. That thing's really nice. The Fury and the Tempest come up nose to tail today. They were side by side yesterday, and I don't know about you. I was trying to figure out which one I like better. It would not be an easy call. Well, they both run one above the dial. 743 for Williams, 747 for Bomb Pop. Unofficially, I still got Mark Clayton dead on 7 as best in category. And here comes the Pinto, and I don't have any information on the Pinto. I apologize for that. Andy Kadar over on the right side. 65 Tempest. Well, we're just about down to the end, and unofficially, I still got Mark Clayton being the only one dead on. He was dead 7. Well, the Pinto rolled the beam, so that's not going to do him any good. Matter of fact, he's going to get nothing, not even a practice run out of this. 796 comes up for Kadar. 86 miles an hour, so he runs quicker than his prediction. And Mark Clayton, just moments from potentially cashing in. Challenger rolls back up here on the left side. Dave Hull, make that Dave Hill. GMC Caballero, okay. That's like a styled up El Camino. 861 for David Hill, not even in the neighborhood. 822, too quick for the Challenger. And unofficially, I got Mark Clayton at dead 7 winning the run for the money. Wow. I did not think dead 7 was going to take that. Shows what I know. Well, here comes Super Pro. We're going to have a bunch of these. Judging by the fact that yesterday we had a bunch of these. I'm looking at that Mustang down here on the left side. That thing's got T-tops in it. How many Mustang T-top cars were there? We had Dave Johnson over on the right side. Both drivers off and away. Let's see if we can set the bar here early. Nope. Mustang runs too quick by 7th thou. 49 or 46 for Dave Johnson. Somebody get inside that, I promise you. The general rule, I don't make promises because, well, I don't keep promises, but I promise that I promise you. 3 above the dial is not going to win the run for the money here. Here comes Gabriel Hernandez. Maybe. One of the double-duty drivers of the dragster. Say double-duty dragster driver real 3 times fast. Double-duty dragster driver, double-duty... No, I guess that wasn't the stuff I thought it was going to be. Alessandro Ortiz on the right side. Driving the Boo. You know, if you hang around drag racing long enough, you are going to become a fan of the 1980 Malibu. You just have to. There's so many of them out here that are so cool. If you made a mistake with it, would it be a Malibu-boo? If you went on Halloween, you if it blows up, it'd be a Malakaboom. 578 for Alessandro Ortiz, so that's 2 above the dial, so I kept my promise about the 3 above the dial. Hernandez goes 87 on the 89, so that's too quick. Ortiz goes 2 above the dial. Somebody, mark my words, somebody in the next 6 is going to go dead on something, and that'll give us a yardstick. Ruben Ruiz out of Hermosillo. Man, we have got a great contingent of racers up here from south of the border. We appreciate each and every one of you making the trip up here and coming out. When is the border battle? I've seen a lot of those shirts. I'd like to, if I'm in town for the border battle, I want to come by and take part in that. Dragster over in the right lane. That's going to be a answer car. You can tell by the fenders. You can always tell by the fenders. He apparently missed the memo about crosstalk. Oh, 5:22.9. The Venom car put a 23 on the window and went 22.9. Missed the cash by a thou. Or at least missed being the leader for the cash dash by a thou. Ruben, meanwhile, goes 667 and 103. Brings up Nacho Rivera in the dragster. Luis Valenzuela in the Camaro, the Gen 3 model with a big block. Man, I predicted somebody's going to be a dead on something, and first car down the track went 1 thou too quick. Cue the Price is Right loser music. Wah, 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 wah. Luis Valenzuela runs dead 0, and you guys thought I was making that up. I'm sorry, dead 1, dead 1, dead 1. There's still that much room. I got so excited that I was actually right. So Luis Valenzuela, dead 1. That'll make it easy to keep track of. Alex Anlin on the left side, Tony Biscayne on the right. Alex in the green machine. The Team Truckers out of Hermosillo. Right here in Tucson. We've had a number of really cool hot rods over the years. 608 for Tony on the 609. Alex goes 601 on the 593. Here comes Jake Taylor. Mentioned yesterday, I thought that might be Jake from State Farm, and I think it actually might be. I thought I was kidding, and then somebody said, no, it's really him. Brian Thomas over on the right side, part of the Team Misfits. Remember, we do have a team competition going. Started yesterday. Everybody gets points for what they do. Taylor's car hung a right. Then he pulled it back into the middle. And then he runs dead on 5. Wow. I wonder what would have happened if it hadn't gone right. Do you think that was a 5 thou? Could have been. Could have been 618 on the 617 for Brian Thomas. But right now we're still hanging in there at dead 1 for being the leader. That'll bring in a pickup. $755 on the 750. That's not going to do any good for the truck.
Who is it, Mikey? I don't know.
Gardner goes 92 on the 84. That's not going to be any help. The Chevelle runs 1 hun. Too quick, 49 on a 50. Dead one, dead one, dead one. Here comes Hector Hernandez Jr. in the Mustang. Hector went late into the evening last night. John Carvalho over on the right side. I talked about the Mustang yesterday. I'm still trying to figure out what that 429 combination is. Somebody who knows to like call me or send me a text or use a carrier pigeon or get a hire a plane to fly by with a banner. I'm just really curious if that's a 429 big block or if it's like a small block crate motor. It's cool either way. I just want to know. I want to know. 634.0 for Hector. That'd be good if that's what he dialed, but that's not what he dialed. John goes 647 on the 647, dead on 8. And that's not going to get him where he needs to be. Here comes Keith Downing in the Arrow. The Bustin' Loose Jr. Whatever happened to the original Bustin' Loose? Is that Duster still around? See, now I'm curious. I want to know. Mark Johns on the right side. 351 powered, 69 Mustang out of Vail. It's a great car. Well, on the Datsun 240Zs. Whoa, check it out. Mark Johns drops an egg on him. 6.420. Way to go, Mark. A couple that was a 63 light. So going to leave a little room on this end of it. But now you're going to have to put an egg on the scoreboard if you want to win the run for the money, because Mark Johns just threw an egg at everybody. Keith Downing went 729.0, but he didn't dial that, so there. Here comes Beto Dominguez. The Nissan 240SX with an LS. You know what I got? Because my mind works like this. Robert Hall, meanwhile, on the other side. $79 on a 78 for Hall, 85 on a 79 for Beto. But Beto, it's a 240SX with a 429 LS. So it should be an LSX or an LSSX. And if it's an LSX, it'd be an LSSXX. Right? Right? Man, that'd be a nightmare drawing Scrabble. Get the Marco on the left side. Oh, Pat Neal. Pat Neal traded in the Corvette for the Cougar. Kim DeMarco goes 641 on a 40. Pat Neal goes 659. Hey, 59.0. Way to go, Pat. If you'd have dialed that, that'd be better, but that's not what he dialed. Mark Jones put an egg up. Almost had the demon running. All right, well, hopefully we'll see it again soon. If you need anything for it, let me know. I got a spare spark plug and a starter relay, I think. So if you need one of those, if that'll help, I'm here for you. Rodney Ward and Mark Barnhart. Rodney Ward, he's in the pickup. Mark Barnhart. Run dead 0 and win the tiebreaker if you want the cash. Wow, dead 9 for Rodney. But he was red, so he couldn't have won the tiebreaker anyway. Mark Barnhart goes 71 on 70. Here comes Nathan DeMarco. Old school Yancer car with a 5.3 liter. I was talking about it yesterday. I really think that might be an LS3. AJ Crater over on the right side. The Parasitic Psycho. I mean, once you're psycho, do you need more adjectives? Well, what kind of psycho? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. 847 on the 846 for AJ Crater. Not a bad run. Not a winning run. DeMarco goes 5:35 on a 5:37. That's not going to do him any good. Comes Matt Bong in the Mustang, and DeAndre Fitzgerald in the Boo. See, I'm really curious if DeAndre is like Cloy's grandkid. Certain things just stick in my mind and they won't leave. Bong goes dead 4. Not enough. Fitzgerald goes 52 on a 56. That ain't gonna work. Mikey Galloway left, Scott Hess right. What do you think Galloway Chevy too? 62 model, first generation Deuce with an LS. Looks pretty fresh out of the paint shop, doesn't it? That's a sweet car. He just forgot to put the license plate back on it. Scott Hess. Scott is part of the Mighty Ducks. I think you can scare off the Mighty Ducks with a Mighty Cat, can't you? Or a Mighty Shark. Do sharks eat ducks? See, now I'm curious. Galloway off the 009 or 00 light. That's pretty solid. Oh, 13.9 on a 14. Galloway had a 00 reaction time and then ran 1 thou too quick. He would have taken over the run for the money lead, but he went 1 thou too quick. 1 thou. You ever lose $500 for a thou? Let's figure that into an hourly rate. I don't think even Elon Musk makes money like that. Figure out what's $500 per thousandth of a second. Work that into an hourly rate. Yeah, maybe Elon does. Here comes Ray Bong in the Mercury Comet. Yesterday he broke it, he fixed it, and now he's back. Oh, look. My old buddy Scam Likely. George Lewis in the mean green Chevelle. .637 on the 637, close but not enough. 54 and 53, not good enough for the Chevelle either. They both make decent runs, but you got to be dead zero and have the tiebreaker if you want to win this thing. Leroy Duran and Nolan Pastic. Leroy on the left side out of Sun City. Nolan in the right side driving one of the Tom Bear cars. The first call. Which was lettered like that because the guy who was driving it, his dad was making his last call. I'm trying to remember now the last time I was at a last call. It's been a while. Well, we don't have one of those at my shop. What time is it? 4 a.m. Have another one. Nolan, that's one of the Tom Bear cars. The drag racing teacher slash coach slash fleet manager. I was surprised that Tom wasn't driving yesterday. Figured he'd be out here partaking as well. 5:13 on the 512 for Nolan. Solid run, but he's not going to cash with it. Leroy goes too quick at 91 on the 93. Here comes Stan Hammond out of Artesia, New Mexico, and his little Chevy too. That is, by the way, street legal. And David Pohl, the MB cabinet, AJPE, labeled car out of Tom Bear stable. By the way, the hitching post, which is on the side of that, if you ever find yourself in Santa Maria, California, you're going, where could I find me a good steak? Go to the hitching post. By the way, if you've got friends who want to watch, you can call them, text mail them, text them. Stan goes 626. Not going to get it done. 512 on the 510 for David Pohl. Also solid run, but no dead zero. We're broadcasting on YouTube. If you want to call your friends, your family, your folks, tell them, hey, tune in and check out the action at Tucson Dragway. They can either go to YouTube, look for Tucson Dragway, go to TucsonDragway.com, or if you're on Twitter, look me up at NHRA Reinhardt, and I posted a link. Let's see, I bet we're on at Don's Hot Rod Shop. Wonder where else we are. Austin Downing on the left side, Dylan Moody on the right. Well, I know Donnie's here, but that means, you know, somebody's got to stay and run the shop. Downing over here on the left side. In the dragster, Dylan Moody over there on the right side. In, oh wait, that's a dragster too. One's got a wing and one's got fenders. Dylan Moody goes 871.8 on an 871. Not bad. Not enough. Austin Downing goes 75.7 on a 76, so he's 3 thou too quick, but didn't have the tiebreaker anyway. I'm sorry, he did have the tiebreaker anyway. I got my notes mixed up. Here comes Jerry Duffy left and Sarah Kidd right. Jerry, Team Mighty Ducks. The Indy cylinder-headed Big Wedge Dodge over here on the left side, and Sarah Kidd, Adam Morana. Sarah, part of that KFR, Kid Family Racing. Wow, Sarah goes dead one. Wah, 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 wah. She missed money by 1 thou on the other side. A couple of guys go 1 thou too quick. She's 1 thou too slow, 14 on a 12 for Jerry Duffy. Zach Taylor and Jimmy Kelso coming at you now. Zach on the left side. Kelso on the right. Jimmy was going some rounds yesterday. I really thought yesterday I'd see him out here more with the camera in between sessions, but apparently he's just concentrating on the taking home the cash for winning the race this weekend. Wow. Zach Taylor runs 5.720 dead on with an egg. Reaction time is 003. Red. Kelso goes 13.9 on the 13. But Zach Taylor goes dead zero. Red 3 thou. And the tiebreaker, of course, is reaction time. There was plenty of room on the reaction timer, but 3 thou red. That probably hurts more than 1 thou under. He's gonna be looking at that slip going, oh, come on. I could have been 75 and dead 0 and 1. Nick Renston on the left side, Brad Akers in the right. And away they go. Akers goes 30 on a 27, not going to work. Renster goes 90 on an 89. And here comes Brittany Hinkle in that 67 Chevy 2. Is that the car that lives in the back room at the Hot Rod Shop? I think it is. Or at least I think that's the last time I saw it. Joe Landavazo on the right side. In the dragster. Can we see the end yet? Is the end near? Nah, I think we're about halfway there. Halfway there, give or take. 548, Joel Ondavazo. Predicted a 42. Brittany, 702 on a 95. That's not going to get it done. Holding up for just a second. Here come the next pair. Here comes Justin Beaver. Just double checking the dials down there on the run for the money here. Justin in his little Chevy too. And over on the right side, the Valiant. Of Joe Cox. Vintage 1966, got a 360 under the hood. He's part of that team at Channel 4. Driver solid on reaction time. Let's see if anybody can put up an egg. Nope. Beaver goes 59 on a 51. That's not even close. Joe Cox goes 99 on a 97. I mean, that's kind of sort of in the neighborhood-ish. Kind of sort of ish. Couple of dragsters getting ready to come at you now. Kurt Reif, 49. Wow, dead 0-003 red. 524.0 for Kurt. Unfortunately for him, he dialed 522. Morgan goes an 04 on an 03. That ain't gonna work. And here comes the Phantom. I like Phantoms. You can always blame, you know, it's like an invisible friend. I didn't do that. It was my invisible friend, Billy. This is Jim Barry. Out of New Mexico, Mike McBrayer over there on the right side. Out of Goodyear AZ, the LSX. Powered 86 Corvette. Nobody with a perfect light yet, Super Pro. That's kind of an interesting observation. Normally, 50 cars deep, we would have had a donut or two come up on the scoreboard. Driver solid on the tree. All we need is an egg on the board. Nope. Wow, they both took pretty serious misses. 79 and 71 from McBrayer, 22 on a 12. Jim Barry's back at 10th. Bring up Larry Cannon. Got the door open on his purple 70 Chevelle over here. Click boom. Just want to make sure. Tony Marconi. The arrow. 4 Ds and a chick, that's his team. It still sounds like 5 people and you're only supposed to have 3, but what do I know? If I was as smart as I thought I was when Jim Hughes called me a week ago and said, hey, what are you doing next weekend? I would have said, volunteering at the soup kitchen. Donating a kidney. 6-12 on a 6-12 for Larry Cannon. You got 7th out to spare. Anytime somebody runs dead 7, somewhere back in the pits, Mark Jones goes, ha, nice try. That was cute. Tony Marconi. 6-009 on a 601. Make that the 3rd driver that was 1 thou too quick. Now, if you're Marconi, he was red, so he wasn't going to win it anyway, but still. Mark Jones is back there now. He's starting to fill out the deposit slip. He's got it about halfway filled out. For deposit only, into race account. Here comes Bruce Shorter in the left side. Brian Fritz in the right. 27T Roadster over on the right side. Big black dragster on the left side. Wow, the dragster quit. Came off the enhancer and went, puh. Now he can start it back up and make the run. But call me crazy, I think he's going to lose the tiebreaker. Okay, push the button, rev it up and go. You still get your time run. He's just going to drive it down. Brian Fitz, meanwhile, went at 28 on a 28, but for Bruce Schroeder, you saw that thing came, as soon as it came off the enhancer, it went puh. 585, 135 miles an hour, and he was very grateful that that was run for the money and not first round because it saved him 20 bucks. Once he run for the money, it's 20 bucks. The buyback is 40. So if you suck here, that's 20 bucks cheaper than sucking in first round. If you suck here and suck in first round, well, that's a $60 hit. Here comes Tim O'More. And Ken Rader, last night's winner. Ken Rader won everything last night. He was the co-driver in the Junior Street Championship battle. And he was the only driver in the Super Pro Championship battle because, well, there's just not room for 2 people in that car. Ken Rader, small block car over on the right side. Big block here in the left. .501.7 on a 501. Close. No cash. 43 on a 42 for Ken Rader. Close. No cash. Randy Smith, Mike Zimmerman. We've had about 60 cars go down, so we're definitely in the back half of our Super Pro category here. A couple of dragsters coming at you. Two drivers dead on. 1 green, 1 red. 3 drivers, 1 thou too quick. 1 driver that was dead 1. And as of right now, unofficially, Mark Jones sitting on the camera. 5.370, Randy Smith, who predicted he was going to run 536. You know, he's down there going, oh, I almost changed it. 492 on the 91 for Zimmerman. Dylan Smith. Dylan was a donut winner yesterday. He gave away a lot of donuts yesterday. Speaking of donuts, there's a practice tree tournament tonight when it's all over with. Is somebody going to give away donuts for that? Yeah, but that's for winning the whole tournament. I'm asking, does anybody get anything for perfect light? Daniel Slade over on the right side. Slade is predicting a 528. Dylan predicting a 493. By the way, if you want to have some fun with, look at a little practice. 532 for Dan Slade, not going to help him. 93 on a 93, dead 8 for Dylan, not going to help him. Red anyway. Look up the Alan Reinhart, Pete Biondo practice tree personalities, which is on Facebook. You can Google it. Where me and the Terminator went head-to-head in a practice tree battle. You might be surprised at the outcome. Just saying. Here comes Chuck Hawk and Jeremy Jacobs. Let me put it to you this way. Peter was pretty surprised at the outcome. Chuck Savoy. 78-1 on a 77. No good for Jacobs. Chuck goes 95 on a 98. That ain't gonna work. Calvin Locke left, Donnie Toya in the right. Don out of Don's Hot Rod Shop. Don's Hot Rod Shop is the first place I ever had a credit account. True story. I was like 17 years old. I was in high school. I needed an intake manifold. And the guy who was working at Don's at the time was my student assistant in my welding class, because he was like a couple years older than me. And I said, hey, I need the manifold. Don't have the money. But I was working. He said, you're going to bring me 20 bucks a week every week, or I am going to kick your butt. I said, okay. That was my first ever charge account. .508, Calvin Locke on a 507, no good. Toya goes 81 on an 83. Didn't have the tiebreaker anyway. There's over 200 people watching on YouTube? Okay. I'd like to say hi to them all. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, 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 hi. Oh, hello. Hey there. Hello, hi, nice to see you. If you're watching, send me a note on Twitter and let me know where you're watching from. NHRA Reinhardt, just tag me and let me know where you're watching from. Mark Darsa on the left side, Jack Bates on the right. Bates is in the FED. We all know what FED means, right? Did you know that dinosaurs existed for 230 million years? And then poof, just like that. Bates goes 69 on a 66, and Mark Darsaw just going to idle his way on down the racetrack. Darsaw runs 25.71. Oh, just missed. Just missed. Brings up Bill Bollock and Mark Lalonde. Bill, the matte black, the menacing black Camaro. Looks like a bootlegger car, doesn't it? Like you just turn off the lights and run from the revenuers. 5.970 for Bill. Now, this is not what he dialed, but Mark Lalonde goes 511 on the 509. That'll bring up my mystery Mustang again. We figured out who this was earlier. Oh, it's Orlando Sanchez. Oh, yeah, my bud Orlando. Rob Strong on the right side in the Firebird. Dead zero to tie, and then you've got to have the better reaction time, and there is room on the reaction timer. Plenty of room. Orlando missed the crosstalk memo. Runs one above. Rob Strong doesn't run anywhere near the number. Well, apparently nobody who's watching on YouTube is on Twitter. Or at least nobody feels like chit-chatting this morning. Kenny Passerby. Kenny had a good night last night. And Taylor Bowling. Taylor, truck, Tennessee. Taylor, truck, Tennessee. Taylor, truck, Tennessee. That would be like a triple T. We've got our own triple T here, but. Ooh, Taylor Bowling, dead one. Wah, wah, wah. Kenny Passerby runs dead 6. Those two missed by a grand total of 0.07 of a second. That'll bring up Cindy Hawk and Vic Plea. Cindy here on the left side. And they're doing the old dial-in double check. Not to be confused with the discount double check. You got to check in with Jake from State Farm for that. Wasn't it? Yeah, he was the one that did the discount double check, right? My phone is annoying. There we go, 541. The dial in for Vic. Since Cindy's crossing over, she wanted to make sure those numbers were correct. You go, wait a minute. That's going to be my tiebreaker there. Okay, they both would have the tiebreaker. Just need a zero, just need a zero, just need a zero. Cindy goes 481.5. Vic goes 543.3. Brings up Lenny Fife left and Mitch Lippin right. Lenny Fife, the Stars and Stripes team. There you go. That's patriotic. Mitch Lippin. The drags are rolling down here. Both of them hustling down that way. No. 661 for Lenny. On the 60, 49.5 for Mitch Lippin. On the 50. 3 minutes ago, he said 5 minutes. Hasn't been 5 minutes. Sorry, Bill, it hasn't been 5. Okay, now it's been 4. You got to wait at least another 45 seconds. Juniors, 12 and under, come on down. Juniors 12 and under. We'll take you to the staging lanes now, please. Here comes Chris Silman in the left side, the dragster in the right that I do not have information on. Both drivers crush the tree, 003 to 002. And then Chris Sullivan goes 93 on a 92, 45 on a 48. For my dragster driver, nah, it's not going to get it done. Mark Jones, unofficially, still sitting on the cash. Here comes Brad Hawk. And Sasha Cerny. Brad in the left side. I'm surprised they're Team Channel 4 and not Hawk Family Racing. But what do I know? Sasha over on the right side out of Artesia. Juniors 12 and under. Your turn. Juniors 12 and under. Well, I got a note from Donna that says, hey, we're watching this. All right. Sasha Cerny, come get a couple of donuts. Trip zip at this end, 501 at that end. 473 for Brad Hawk on a 76. So neither driver is going to get the run for the money, but Sasha's going to win a donut or two while they last. Wow, I'm almost out of donuts, huh? Almost out. If you won donuts for a perfect reaction time, you better come get them quick because we're almost out. Pat Marbach in the S10 over here on the right side. That's Jeff Conley over on the right side. The Landmark Iron truck. That truck, by the way, is fast. He didn't run the Camaro, did he? He didn't. Well, he runs it in pro, so if he was running run for the money, he would have run it. He had the fastest pro car in the history of pro yesterday at the 8th mile. This thing's got a twin turbo 540 in it. This is the slow car. .518 from Arbach on the 518, dead on 3. Wah, wah, wah. Conley shut the truck off out there. You could hear that. Even with the turbo car, you could hear that. 552 at only 100 miles an hour. Kurt Zinzaleta. Team Tree Amigos. Amigo. The 69 Roadrunner. And Nacho Rivera. And the dragster over on the right side. I know we've seen a couple of these cars before, but you're allowed to double enter. If you want to pay twice, you get to run twice. And if all goes according to plan, you get to race yourself in the final. Then we'll find out how much you really like yourself. Hey, juniors, 12 and under juniors, final call, first call for the older juniors. 13 to 17 juniors, first call. Sooner or later they have to stage. Oh, look, they made it. Both of them run too quick. Zinzaleta goes 94 on a 96, 92 on a 93 for Nacho. He's 5 thou too quick. And that'll bring up Rory Haar in the dragster and Savannah Kidd. I got to find out what the 4Ds are. Is it daughters? How many Savannah or how many Kidd daughters are there? Seems like there's a bunch of them. I don't know if they're all sisters or if they're all cousins. Of course, I don't even know if I have any brothers and sisters, so I'm probably not the authority on that. On a 492 for Rory. Neither one of them good enough. Here comes Chris Forsythe. Chris is the guy behind the Southwest Showdown, and remember, whoever wins the practice tree tournament tonight is going to get a free entry into the Southwest Showdown. I still think somebody ought to put up a, some kind of a perfect light bonus. Maybe we get a perfect light popcorn. There we go. So if I run out of donuts, I might give away some of that yummy kettle corn. I'm not sure if they're open yet or not, but if they are, ooh, I highly recommend the yummy kettle corn. Just look for the flags down there that say kettle corn at about 300 feet. Trust me on this, you will be happy. That was my dinner last night, actually. Well, I wasn't planning to be here as late as we were here. Forsythe left, Mark Barnhart in the right. Both of them run too quick. 76 on a 77 for Chris. 70 on a 71 for Mark. I'm telling you, we're getting down towards the end. We ain't there yet, but we're getting there. Luke Makovic in the dragster, and my all-time favorite, LSNS. No, X. LNXLS. I don't know, the red car. The red car's just cool. 240S actually than LSN. Luke goes 4.999 on the 501. 677 on the 685 for the Nissan. Brings up John McDaniel's Lumina. I was hoping yesterday somebody was going to give me the lineage, the heritage, the history on the Lumina down there, because I'm curious. I'm also curious if it really has a 500-inch Dodge under the hood. And Sean Phipps mentioned yesterday he was double dipping. He's doing it again today. Running a motorcycle in the motorcycle category, obviously, and in the Super Pro category as well. .586 on a 587 for McDaniel. 44 on a 46 for Sean. Mark Jones, so far, so good. Wes Snodgrass on the left side, Ray Bong on right. The Mercury Comet. Am I the only one that thinks it's wildly funny that Mercury, like, back in the late 60s, early 70s, built a car that had 113 horsepower, some ridiculously stupid number like that, and decided to name it after something that goes flashing across the sky at the speed of light? Ray Bong's car is faster than any Comet that ever rolled off the assembly line. Any of them. Any of them. 638.3 on the 638. Darn it. 607 on the 608 for the dragster. Double dog darn it. Brings up Billy McDaniel in their Chevy 2. I was trying to determine yesterday when the Hugger orange color was officially unleashed on the world. I asked the Google monster, and it said in the late 60s and early 70s, Chevrolet made this color. And I thought, well, duh. Tom Patterson on the Kawasaki over and right. Now, Tom is not normally a super proer. But today, I guess he decided, if I run Super Pro, at least my son-in-law can't beat me. Hey, if motorcycles are allowed in Super Pro, can a dragster enter the motorcycle class? That seems only fair. $46.9 on a 50 for Billy. Wow, Tom goes 72.8 on a 73. Not that it means anything in Run for the Money, but the margin at the stripe was an absolute dead heat. Less than a 10,000th. Like I said, not that it makes any difference in Run for the Money, but Eric Daniels now in the Vega. And this dragster's had a couple of different drivers this weekend. I'm not sure who's in it this time. They're double checking that. I think they're just double checking to see who's in it. The bottom line is there are a number of double entries. Like if Bruce and I only had one car, we could buy 2 entries and Bruce would drive it, and then as soon as Bruce got done, he'd come back and I get in and I drive it. But we just got to make sure that every time we make that driver switch, we change the number, so when they roll up here, they know whether it's me or Bruce. Bruce says it'd be easy to tell because if we were in the second round, it would be me and not him. If the car left the starting line, it'd probably be Bruce because I'd forget to turn the air bottle on 3 times in a row. So Eric Daniels. My screen says it's a 1961 Chevy Vega. I don't think that's right. I think it's a 62. You can tell by the taillights. I just thought of something. Is the TV show SWAT on tonight? That's tonight, right? Isn't it on Saturday? I think tonight's the episode that I was there when they filmed it. I don't know why that just popped into my head. Dead on 6 for Eric Daniels. Not bad, but we don't pay for that. 1 above for the dragster. We don't pay for that either. Luis Ortiz. The Venom machine. The answer built hot rod. And Brian Lopez in the Camaro. I don't know who did the graphics on that Venom car, but that thing's cool. Looks a little like my sister when she was mad at me. Which was, well, pretty much all the time. Actually, there was this one time when she wasn't mad at me, but she was asleep. Wow, Luis Ortiz goes 001, 522.0. Unfortunately for him, he dialed 523. That could have been the all-time run for the money. 607 on the 609 for Lopez. So far, Mark Jones still looking good. And we're getting down to the end. Hey, juniors, this is going to be my last call. 13 to 17, last call. The youngsters should already be in there. And what the heck, if the juniors are all there, I'm going to make a command decision called Pro ET round 1. If we have any first-timers, you were here yesterday, you know this, but if we have anybody that wasn't here yesterday, just a quick reminder, Tucson is a left-side racetrack. Your dial must be clearly visible on the left. Matt Bong, a double, oh, wow. Matt Bong goes 001 and then 39.9 on a 40. Wow. Our second driver that missed a perfect run by 1,000th of a second and is not going to get the money. 20 on a 22 for Rodney. 001, 39.9 on a 40. Victor Hernandez Jr. in the left, pick up in the right. Wow, 001 and 1,000 under. Painful, painful, painful. Neither one of these two even close. 25 for the truck on a 67. 34 for Hector on a 25. Pro ET, come on down, round number 1. Pro ET, round number 1. To the lanes. Here comes Nick Downing in the Daytona. Team Bill Luke, Chrysler Plymouth. Team Pentastar. Dead 0 for the cash. Dead 5. Unofficially, Mark Jones, I think you're getting paid. We're going to let them verify that. The stat keeper's next door, but dead 0 with a green light. We had a dead 0 red. We had a couple of 1,002 quicks. Had a couple of dead ones. Had a couple out. That was a fun run for the money. Probably more fun if you're Mark Jones because I think he's going to get the cash. Quick little touch up on the racetrack. Junior's going to be rolling out momentarily. Pro ET. Come on down. And obviously, if you're a double entered car, you need to be at the head of the pack. Dave Caldwell and Alyssa Moody going to kick us off with our junior dragster time run. And after this, we go into eliminations. Start trimming them down. Remember, later on tonight, potluck, yay. Practice tree, tournament, yay. Free entry to the Southwest Showdown, yay. That raffle drawing, by the way, tonight is going to take place. You do not need to be present to win, but you do need to buy your tickets before we do the drawing. You head over to the clubhouse and they'll take care of you. The great prize list, too. There's a long list of stuff they're going to be giving away, so I would say your chances of winning are pretty darn good. Especially if you buy $10,000 worth of tickets, then your chances of winning are going to be really, really darn good. What do you get, 1 apiece, or 2 for 3, or 3 for 4, or 6 for 8, or something like that? How many you get for 10,000? All of them? Alyssa Moody off and running. 892, 73 miles an hour. Dave goes 1208 at 53 miles an hour. Absolutely love the junior program. Kids as young as 5 years old can get started in a junior program. Now, you don't go into competition at 5 years old, but you kind of get started learning the ropes and various things like that. The older you get, the faster you're allowed to go. And because drag racing mentality is what it is, Kristen Pigeon in the left side, Weston Moody in the right. What started off as a, you know, he gives it a 5-horse Briggs and Stratton lawnmower motor and make a little hot rod out of it. Sooner than later, they had to put a speed limit on it because, well, drag racer. Somebody went, well, what if I build a billet block and a stroker crank and make it a 6-inch bore and 15-to-1 and run on alcohol? Would that be okay? It's like, no, it's still a 5-horse Briggs and Stratton. Sure it is. Sure it is. Kristen Pigeon, left side, 9 years old. 9 years old out here, got his own race car. When I was 9 years old, what did I have that was my own? Oh yeah, detention report. I had my own detention report when I was 9. I didn't get an official police record until I was 11. 888, 73 miles an hour for Weston Moody. Kristen runs 1186 at 56 miles an hour. I don't remember if I did it or not. So final call, Pro ET. My doubles better be at the front. Everybody else needs to be in behind them. Dialed in and ready to go. Kathy Waters on the left side. Aubrey Keller in the right. A couple of 11-year-old young ladies. Aubrey a little bit quick on the trigger. These two pretty evenly matched performance-wise as they head down the 660. 896, 72 miles an hour for Kathy. 897, 72 miles an hour for Aubrey. Anybody besides me wonder why juniors have tire covers and nobody else does? Wouldn't you think if like juniors needed tire covers, then you know, top dragster could probably use them too? Oh, look, I got somebody else who can't read out there on a scooter in the gravel. Mason Tuckin left side, Kiara DeCarolis in the right. .892, 72 miles an hour for Mason Tuck. Pretty close to the number, 928 at 70 miles an hour for Kiara. Here comes the Mach 1 machine. Looks like Presky Kenman is going to be the last one in. Nope, we do have two of them coming up. Saw Presky rolling in and thought that might be the last one of our 12 and unders. .892 for Kenman, the 12-year-old over on the right side of the racetrack. 914 here on the left. Didn't have driver information on that competitor, but hopefully we will have by the time they come up here for round number one. Brings up Weston Forsyth over here on the left side, and Blake Foltz in the right. .882 for Blake, a little quick for a 12-year-old. I get that thing dialed back to the 890 floor of the category. Weston Forsyth goes 922 at 70 miles an hour. And here comes Malachi. See, that's one in a row. I got it right. Out of Phillips overhead door, Malachi Phillips. I'm up in Buckeye. Malachi with a pretty solid shot at the trio, 31 in the junior car. And then an 886 at 77 miles an hour. Now make the switch into the big ones. Hey, while it's quiet, the gentleman on the mini bike down there trackside, there's no parking in the gravel area. Will you please move the machine back onto the asphalt? Thank you very much. The gravel area down there is not for wheel-driven vehicles. That's why we have the no parking sign down there that everybody ignores. Arturo Martinez. Arturo Martinez, come see me, please. Second floor of the tower, door says announcer. Arturo Martinez, come see me. You're not in trouble. Chloe Darby left. Mason Flag, all right. Hear a little more pop and cackle as we get into the older kids. They're allowed to go faster, so again, because drag racing. Nobody here running an electric car, is there? No, I mean junior. Jumping on the gas a little bit early, just like every other category. We don't care about it that much in time at trials. 8:06, 80 miles an hour for Mason. Chloe goes 8:60 at 75 miles per. Here comes Jace Renal. Jace, the champ. 71 number on the side of that car. He whooped them all out here in this part of the world last year. Brooklyn Foltz over on the right side. .788, 83 miles an hour for Jace. 790 the floor of the category for the older kids, so they'll have to back that one up that much. Brooklyn goes 792. Looks like Brooklyn's ready to rock. Kenzie Jones now on the left side and Gavin Pine in the right. Every time I get a chance to announce junior cars, which is not very often, I feel like I'm channeling Uncle Homer. Wow, both drivers solid on the reaction time. You can see that on the bottom of the scoreboard. Going to be a 795, 83 miles an hour for Kenzie. Gavin Pine goes 799 at 81 miles an hour. Hey, if you want to get those raffle tickets, remember, you got to get those things at the Nitro Club. And I understand that 1 o'clock is going to be the cutoff. So you got a little more than an hour. You want to get a couple of those tickets, which will benefit Team Tucson, which is a beautiful thing, and could very well benefit you, which would be an even more beautiful thing. A beautiful thing is a beautiful thing, and a more beautiful thing is even better. Maddie Krubach in the left side, Macy Coleman in the right. Gotta love Macy. Sponsored by Daddy's Money. 788, 82 miles an hour comes up for Macy. Maddie goes 795 at 84 miles an hour. Sponsored by Top Fuel Espresso. A great name for an espresso. Here comes Cade Renault, part of that Silver State heating and cooling team, and Sarah Kidd. Sarah, who's about to age out of the juniors and has already started making a name for herself in the big car. Cade actually about to age out of the juniors as well. 786, 83 miles an hour for Cade, 786 for Sarah at 83 miles an hour. I think when the juniors started, the original rule was that you could run juniors as long as you were in high school. Then they found out there's guys like me that, 36 years old and still running juniors. But I just needed 2 more credits. I was almost there. Almost. Darn near. Allison Boley left side. She's also started making the transition from the little cars into the big cars. And Madeline Smith over there on the right. I really love the Air Force themed paint scheme on the side of Madeline's machine. .795, 82 miles an hour comes up for Madeline. Allison, 799 at 83 mpHs. Is that it for the little cars? Is that it? Are you sure? You're certain? Arturo Martinez, come see me, please. You're not in trouble. Second floor, the door says announcer. Arturo Martinez, come see me. Just about to dive into eliminations. Round number 1, start with Pro ET. Remember, after round 1, if you are not fortunate enough to advance and you want another shot at it, just as you enter the staging lanes on the right-hand side, there's a sign back there that says buybacks. So if you get defeated round 1 and want to take another swing at it, you can do that. Got a little more than an hour if you want to swing by Club Nitro and get some of those raffle tickets, because they've got some great, great prizes. They're going to be drawn tonight. You do not need to be present to win. And we're getting ready to go into eliminations. And Bruce is going to slide in here and talk some eliminations in just a moment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we here at Tucson Dragway would like to honor all of our past, present, and future military as well as our first responders by playing our national anthem. So gentlemen and ladies, please stand up. Gentlemen, remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Thank you all very much for being here. It's our pleasure to put on this great show for you, as well as the Kid Family Racing. So thank you, Billy Kidd, and our Kid Family Racing. We're going to do just a little bit of track prep, we understand, but well, maybe not. Maybe we're going to go right into round one eliminations. So we thought we were going to do a little track prep first, but apparently not. Apparently we're going to go into round one of So our Pro ET, we're going to kick it off round one eliminations. And like Alan said, guys, if you do happen to be a runner-up here in round one, you're more than welcome to go over to the buyback window, which is located. Fred and Bob will take care of you. You see the big A board out there just at the head of staging, and they'll take care of you over there. I think it's a $40 buy-in for Pro and Super Pro, and so get over there. If you do happen to be runner-up in round number one, they will take care of you over there. And buybacks will be integrated into round number two. So you'll all run together. Everything will be good to go for you there. All right, here's Allie Strader and Kyle Fritz, the Dirty Bird. So once again, our double enters, you should be at the head of staging and follow up with the regular entries. So here's Kyle Fritz coming up out of Cottonwood. Team Joe Kidd over there in the Dirty Bird. It's big block Chevrolet powered, looking for a 747. Allie Strader, all the way from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. 2001 Ford Ranger. What is a neat looking truck though. I've seen the truck a little bit yesterday, and today Allie's back in. Looks like Kyle's already going to have to go to the buyback window. 23 on the red side, but wow, look at Allie. 001. Looking at the wind lights on their scoreboard, and goes 12. 2 under on the 14 with a 12 at 92 miles an hour. Here's Brandy Card up against Samantha Kidd. You know, Team Joe Kidd as well. Up against the Outlaw. Big bumpered Nova in the right-hand lane, 667 dial. Now, once again, only 8th mile, so that's why those numbers are a little different than what you're used to, but only 8th mile for all categories all weekend. Brandy Card. 2-door dash, 347, Stroker Ford. Red light start. The best red light goes to Brandy. Samantha goes 93, Brandy goes 51, and she was still under, but hey, the green wind light's on the left lane scoreboard. There's DeAndre Fitzgerald, Sacramento, California, 81 Malibu station wagon, 654 dial here in the left-hand lane. Against Andy Kadar. Kadar out of Peoria. Team Matchbox Diecasts. 65 gorgeous Tempo. Tempo? How about a Tempest? I know there's, you know, up tempo, but this is a Tempest. Andy wants a 797 over there in that American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. as they bump into the beams. RPMs come up, tree goes down, and they're both away with a green light start. Only 1/1000th separates them here, and Andy had that 1/1000th in the bank. Margin of victory, 63/10,000ths of a second, goes to Andy at 86 miles an hour. Here's Joe Cox. Joe Cox is in the right-hand lane in a 66 Plymouth Valiant. He wants a 7 flat. Up against Paul Coleman's 606. Paul comes up out of Rio Rico. 606 is the dial. So, of course, he's going to have to chase down Joe Cox. Oh, again, better reaction time is liable to take this win, and it does. Looks like Joe had about 13 in the bank, 22 of 53, then goes 0-2, 2 up on the 7-0 at 94 miles an hour. Joe Cox takes the win by 27 at the stripe. Frankie Leon. Frankie in a 63 Chevy 2, 377 cubic inches, right-hand lane, 708 dial. The other shoebox Nova, this is a 66 Chevy 2. It's a big block, though. Jeffrey Edwards doing the driving on that one. 640 is the dial for Jeffrey. And again, boy, it's going to be one up here at the tree. And yes, sir, Jeffrey Edwards takes it away. He goes double 4 on a 40, but 11 light. Looks like he had about 44 in the bank, 54 in the bank. Wow. At 103 miles an hour. Here's Regan Walcott and Ken Nowicki. Ken's in a 1976 Dodge Dart. Now, once again, we talked about Ken's Dart. Now, this is quite a special Dodge Dart. Back in 1976, I think there was only just a few of the aluminum Dodge Darts built. It's got a 340 cubic inch, not the old 360, but this is a 340. 710 is the dial for Ken. Up against Regan's 738 in her 2017 Corvette. Oh, Regan goes under by 0.06 of a second. Nowicki goes 3 up on his dial, but an 81 light. That's what gave him the win. Regan was like 0.2 back at a 235 to Ken's 81. Here's Derek Fisher. Derek Fisher in the 4-speed Fairmont wagon. So Fisher is 793 in the wagon. Up against Benny Harris. Benny with a 658. On the red side. Going to hand the win over to Fisher on a free time run. Fisher goes a little bit under, so he had it dialed up just a touch soft. And he goes 87 miles an hour into round 2. Here's Carson Heath. Carson out of Clarkdale, Arizona, 65 Nova. The Nova looking for a 704 over there in the American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Up against Thad Card. Thad out of Cottonwood in that 79 Mustang. And the Mustang wants a 7. So about 3 better here at the starting line gets the win for Carson. As Thad takes a little bit too much stripe and goes 9 thou under his 10 with an 09 and a 1 at 95 miles an hour. Carson with the win. Here's Henry Labaugh. Henry and David Labaugh, Arizona differential specialists. Team Matchbox Diecasts. 1970 Dodge Dart, 408 cubic inches. Now that started out as the 360, but it's now a 408 cubic inch small block Mopar, 687 dial right-hand lane. Up against Chris Citro's big block Mustang. Team, what's their name? I don't know. 87 Mustang. Gonna get the win. Looking for a 656 as Chris goes 13 green and Henry goes 23 red. Even took the stripe. So Henry just running out the back door, didn't care Going to have to go to the buyback window anyway at 97 miles an hour. Here's Chris Stout, 73 Vega left lane, 714 dial. Now against Monique Allen's 77 Corvette. Comes out of Mesa looking for a 684 over there in that American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. As they roll up into the main street, both drivers. Once again, Chris had a 0.53 and Monique had a 0.250. So 0.2 back. Wow. Chris Stout had that one 29 to a 14 on a 14 at 83 miles an hour. Chris takes the win away. Joe Kidd's pickup truck here in the left lane. I don't believe Adriel Lopez is driving it, but we need to find out for sure here in pro category. 630 is the dial anyway. Left lane up against Gary Fisher. Mr. Fisher 652 is what he wants in that Fairmount. And he goes 655 and gives the win over to Joe Kidd's truck. 16 up on the dial. Fisher had a better light, 31 to a 43. And 74 ten-thousandths of a second victory to the left lane. Here's Alan Walcott with a 751 dial in his Corvette. Up against Lonnie Andazola. Now Lonnie took away some donuts earlier today, and he's going to take away round one win. Goes to 70 on a 67 at 101 miles an hour. Allen a little bit back, about 54 back, goes 98 miles an hour, but a 13 light and 15 up on the dial. Here's Dean Cummins, well, another racer that had a perfect reaction time this morning in pro category. So we don't have but just a couple of donuts left. So those 000 lights have been knocking the tree down for the last 2 days. Here's Wes Snodgrass. He wants a 608. Tummins wants a 594. Had a 113 light this time, and he gives a win to Wes in Wes's 64 Chevy Nova. Wes goes 11 on an 8 at 106. Chuck Hawk Jr., Hawk Automotive. 707 dial for Team Wheelie Slow. Now, we were giving Matt a hard time yesterday about holding up Team Wheelie because Chuck and Brad, they all went out early on. So Matt had to hold up the Hawk family name as well as Team Wheelie. So Chuck's not going to let that happen today. He's going 707. John Cavallero and his Camaro wants a 649. Comes all the way from Modesto, but Chuck got him this time. Chuck with a nice 26 light and goes 2 up on the dial, 07 to an 09. So Cavallero goes 52 on a 49 at 107 miles an hour. Here's Cliff Hall, 663 up against Manny Lopez. Manny out of Rio Rico with a 719, and Cliff in that Falcon, 663. And on a double breakout win, Cliff Hall in the Falcon. Going to get that one. Only goes under 0.002 of a second at 101 miles an hour. Here's Justin Terrell. Justin in the 69 Chevelle. Left-hand lane, 693 dial. Up against Adriel Lopez. Lopez in the 2014 rear engine dragster. Comes out of Bisbee. 550 is what he's looking for. Big block Chevy powered, 496 cubic inches. Start looks good for both sides. Here comes Adriel in a hurry. Better light on a double breakout win goes to Justin. Justin dialed to 93. He was 3 under and goes 690 at 99 miles an hour. Adriel goes 41 on a 50, but left about 3 here at the tree. So at 127, but Justin Terrell with the win. Jimmy Southwick and Jeremy Plyer. Plyer wants a 584 in that 72 Nova. Southwick wants a 740 in the little S10 pickup truck. Wow, Jeremy in that gorgeous Nova picks the front end up and settles it back down and takes a win. Goes 88 on an 84. Had a couple stuffed away in the bank and goes 114 miles an hour in round number 2. Here's Darwin Layford. Darwin out of Vancouver, Washington, 1973 Chevy Camaro. It's also a 406 small block powered Chevrolet. Up against Mark Pelkey's Monte Carlo. That's a 1987 Monte Carlo, 440 power. It's big block Chevy powered, 658. He goes in around number 2. Look at the win lights on his scoreboard as Darwin 18 red. And then goes, and goes dead on 8. But an 18 red cost him the win. So Mark Pelkey will get it. Carlos Lopez. A lot of times we'll see Carlos in a Nova, but in a Monte Carlo. It almost looks like a Pontiac or a Oldsmobile, whatever. Anyway, 619 is the down in the left-hand lane. AJ Crater in the Parasitic Psycho goes 80 on the tree and goes under. His 49 with a 46, so he was 33 under. Wow. But Carlos had about 4 put away and goes double 2 on a 19 at 110.27. Here's the multi-time winner champion in Super Street in his Nova, but he's in a Vega today and yesterday. Coming out of Apache Junction, that's Ken Passerby. Ken, 680 is the dial for Ken. Coming in, Steve's going to have to go to the buyback window as he goes 40 red. And then he had it dialed up about 1 soft, goes 63 on a 64. But Ken Passerby goes dead on 3, so about a 30 pack over to Ken. As usual, 27 light and dead on 3 at 100 miles an hour. Here's Mr. Wolfmeyer. Team Sundowners, 1972 Long Roof Vega. 705 dial left-hand lane. The 62 Bel Air. Big block, 598. We'll just drive into round 2. Wolfie's going to have to go to the buyback window. 10 red for Wolf. Doctor. 25 on a 20 at 109. Here's Tim DeBrocke, ADRA president for 3 or 4 years. Timmy has been your president for ADRA, the longest surviving Arizona Drag Racing Association. 68 Dodge Dart, living up in Sholo now. Used to live, I think, in Surprise, or at least in the Phoenix area. 728 is the dial for Tim DeBrocke. And I think Tim's going to win this one. It's Tim O'More here in the left-hand lane. Tim with a 580. Team Wheelie Slow in the 88 Camaro. 468 cubic inches of big block Chevy. Left lane. Small block Mopar. Right lane. Is clean and green. And wow, Tim DeBrocke might have the last of the donuts. We'll find out for sure, but a perfect reaction time and a win, dead on 6. Wow, way to go, Tim. A 6 thou package, 22 margin of victory. Goes over to Tim DeBrocke and had a perfect light and dead on 6. Tim Moore, that's tough to get around when you go dead on 8, but a 20 light. So leave about 18 at the starting line, and well, when you go dead on 6 with a perfect reaction time, hard to beat. Heath in the Nova goes red by 18. Up against Bob Cohen. Now, Bob said he had a little timing issue yesterday, and they changed a whole bunch of stuff around. Got that fixed, it looks like, because he goes 7:04 on a 6:87 after a 008 reaction time. Not bad hit there, but Heath goes 7:0 on a 6:99 at 98 miles an hour. Here's John Amstutz and Trevor Ward. Ward in a 19 Camaro. Amstutz in a 78 Z28 Camaro. The Camaro 777 on the window. For Amstutz, Ward, he's looking for a 692. Ward gets away. Green line start. Amstutz. Well, Amstutz backing up a little bit. Looks like, and Trevor saw what was happening, so he slowed way down as well. So something happened to Amstutz's car. He's still quite slow out there, so you can see Amstutz almost backing into Trevor, so Trevor lifted as well and only goes 7:09. But as you can see, 7:09 on a 692, so Trevor slowed way down as well. Amstutz goes 8:54 on that 777. Charlie Germain, isn't that a neat looking ride as well? That Nova 72 Nova, big block, 454, 677 dial. The American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Slam down a 67 Chevelle. Is going to go about 113 miles an hour into round number 2 as Charlie red light by 34. Here's Larry Cannon. Now this is another one of those street legal 70 Chevelles. Team Henchman. Henchman and a Hag. Okay. 70 Chevelle. It's a big block and it is street legal. Every once in a while he'll drive the thing to car shows. That's kind of neat. 613 is the dial for Larry here in the left-hand lane. Over there in the right-hand lane, that's Tatum Marconi. 66 Dodge Coronet. Now, a lot of you remember the old GTXs. This was the platform that the GTXs were built on. 66 Cornets. Better reaction time, I believe. We'll take this one. We'll see, because Larry had a 024 to Tatum's 184. Then Larry goes 27 on a 13, but he had it well in hand. Howard DeVore, the hound dog, coming out of Flagstaff in the 69 Nova. Got a small block under the hood, 429 cubic inches of Chevy. 683 dial for the hound dog. Up against Mike Williams, another driver that went a long ways last night in that 64 Plymouth Fury, 440. Big block Mopar. Looking for a 745 for Williams. Oh, and a breakout win. 15 ten-thousandths of a second goes to DeVore. DeVore just a couple up on his dial, but an 8 light, 008 light at 96 miles an hour gives the hound dog the win. Sauerbaugh, Firebird, 702 dial, right lane. Robinson, Malibu, 829 dial, left lane. So, of course, the left lane leaves first. Comes out of Mesa for Jessica. And Craig comes out of Tucson in that 96 Firebird with that 702 dial. As they roll up into the beams. Now remember, we do have the CompuLink system where you can get timed out. So Jessica is pretty close to that as she sat for quite a while until that staged light came on. Craig's going to take the win though. 702 goes dead on 9 after a 36 light. Looks like he had about 6 put away in the bank. So we'll take the win at 93 miles an hour. Here's Aaron McCammon. That's kind of interesting this morning. Aaron comes over to Tuck and he goes, well, I'm going to try it again. Going to buy another one-day card. So they ask him, well, are you going to buy another one-day card tomorrow? He said, well, we'll see what we do today. So in the good-looking El Camino team. Well, and going to go out first round for Aaron as Rob Khalil had the better red light, 27 to a 37. Then run it out the back door. Had it dialed up way soft. Dialed to 71, goes a double 6 at 103. But Rob Khalil, looking at the wind lights on his scoreboard, goes 103 into round number 2. A 664 dial against a 680 dial. The Camaro, left lane, Eddie's, that's Kurt Reif. He's got a 664 on the window. The 680, that belongs to Dave Dutton. Oh, and Dave, double 4 red in the 70 Chevelle. Going to give the win over to Kurt right at the hit. Kurt goes 64, so I'm sorry, 65 on the 64. He was 14. So Kurt Reif takes that one away. Goes 65 on a 64. Here comes Mike Heath and Luis Ortiz. Luis is in the Valiant right now. Team El Bandido. Small block Chevy powered Valiant over in the right-hand lane. 626 is the dial for Luis. And Mike Heath with a 648 dial. Coming all the way down from Cottonwood and Team Dial Undertakers. His is a small block 454, along with Luis's small block 383. Both of them into pre-staged. 628 against 648. The 48 over here in the left-hand lane, the 28 over there in the right-hand lane. So the Valiant against the Camaro. Both of them small block Chevy. Again, better reaction time. Better in that reaction time is going to take that one away, and it does. Yeah, Luis had 3 put away in the bank, about 32 actually, and then goes 31 on a 28 at 103 miles an hour. Heath going to end up over at the buyback window, 95 ten-thousandths of a second. Goes to the win. Well, the challenger that I believe first runs today, so up against the Marcos Ocampo. Ocampo in the Mustang. Mustang here in the left lane. Oh, both of them on a breakout win. The challenger going to take it. Goes 733 on a 35, so 2 under, and Marcos was way under. Dialed in 81, goes a 72 at 95 miles an hour. Here's Kurt Zenzalita in his 69 road winner. Road winner? Yeah. Road runner, road winner. Team Wheelie slow anyway. 597 is the dial for Kurt. Jack Anaya. Jack in his Vega. That's a 1971 Vega. Really carried the front end of that Vega almost all the way through the signboard. Looking for a 15, but goes, wow, an 05. At 112 miles an hour. Zenzalita, 597, goes dead on 3 at 28 pack. Over to Kurt Zenzalita, 109 miles an hour. Here's Ken Gorman. Comes up out of Rio Rico in that 2019 Challenger. 376 cubic inches. Of Hemi power, 673 down against James Villa. James out of Arizona City, 1972 Chevy Vega. Will get the win as Ken red light by yesterday. Wow, he left way too early. 1.1 for Ken, which is highly unusual. He's usually in the double O's, or at least an O for Ken, but gonna have to go to the buyback window today. Here's the Luis Valenzuela Senior 84 Camaro. Big block 496. Right-hand lane. 560 is the dial. Up against Jimmy Maddox. Now this is another one. The paint job is really, really cool. Jimmy Maddox. Jimmy, again, if you get an opportunity, go have a quick look at Jimmy Maddox's car. Go have a quick look at Jimmy Maddox's car, and he goes under to give the win over to Luis Valenzuela. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to just take a quick short break, and Mr. Alan Reinhardt.
Get out. Thanks, Bruce. Got to take care of a little something, so while he does that, I'll see if I can take care of a little list. Here comes Jeff Lee. I love that thing. It's an AMX 394 speed car. It's actually a factory legal super stocker in the Dodge Challenger. Over in the right side, they're in, they're set, they're ready. The Challenger's getting pretty sizable. That's first gear, second gear, third gear. Wow, Jeff Lee's on him at 400 feet. Game, set, and wind light. 667, 89 miles an hour. 914, 81 miles an hour. Comes up to the Dodge a little bit late and way back at the dial. If he wants another shot at it, he'll have to take the $40 shot after stopping by the buyback window. That'll bring up Tyler Sally. The 1972 Dart, the 19-year-old Tyler, just recently graduating from the junior dragster ranks and already making a name for himself in the big cars, as the kids say. Darwin Lawford in the right side. 73 model Camaro. I don't believe Darwin was ever a junior racer. I checked. No, he wasn't. Out of Washington State. Well, the weather's a little nicer in Tucson than it is in Vancouver, Washington these days. Not necessarily true all year round, but it's definitely true today. Darwin's going to get the win here. Had the reaction time advantage, takes 2 thou at the stripe and takes the W. Tyler Sally went long rounds yesterday, and if he wants to take another shot at it, he's, well, going to have to purchase a second chance. Here comes Nicole McFarland in the 23T. And my classic Firebird over in the right side. Big block Chevy under the hood of the yellow car. Now, Nicole, if I'm not mistaken, Nicole was not here yesterday. I think she's still just kind of getting her feet wet in this thing. After watching her make her time run earlier this morning. Dialed in at a 675. That means the car in the right lane is going to leave by a bulb and a half. The lesser of the red lights gets the win light. That's going to be strong over there in the Firebird. 813, 87 miles an hour, 839 for Nicole. She was 74 red, he was 48 red. Oh, if only he had a crystal ball, right? If you'd have told Nicole, all you have to do is stage the car and don't move and you'll win. Wouldn't you love to know that? It's like, can I just get a hint? I'm going to have to give her a second to make sure she gets clear of the top end of the racetrack down there. Kim Zimmerman waiting patiently now in the Dodge Dart here on the left side. And over on the right side is Mike Graham. Graham in the blood red 5-liter Mustang. 695 the prediction over there. Wow, the Dart is for sale. That thing's sweet. Well, I like A-bodies. 1970 Dodge Dart. 340. Vinyl top. Center line. There's a lot to like about that car. What do he wants for it? I give 500, 600, 1,500. Not enough? I'm sorry, that's my budget. My whole budget. No for the year. Kim Zimmerman, double 6:05. Eases on down there to a 7:38 for the win. Mike Graham goes 6:97 at 91 miles an hour, but he didn't have anything to deal with a 0:05 reaction time. We're rolling in now with Stan Hammond in the left side, John Schuer in the right. .631 for Stan Hammond. That's going to be a winner for the Nova. John Schuer goes 79 on 74. Hun behind at this end, 5 back of the dial. And that wasn't going to make it happen. Junior Street Motorcycles, come on down. Junior Street Motorcycles, come on down. Oh, this ought to be fun. Buddy Jensen left side, Jeff Conley on the right. Conley on the Landmark Iron Machine. You guys see that scoreboard down there? That's not a misprint. Racing and Sportsman, he's dialed in at 399. I'm sorry, but that's funny. $3.99. Buddy Jensen is going to get like a half-hour head start in an 8-mile race. So I'm curious, when you've got a mid-7-second Plymouth Fury with a 426 under the hood, street wedge, I do believe. How do you whomp in a guy dialing 399? 399. It is a Pro Charge big block. Buddy better be in duck and cover mode. Not many people get passed by 50 or 60 miles an hour when they're running 8-mile bracket races. Oh, he had to pedal it. Buddy Jensen for the win, 734, 89 miles an hour. Conley crosses the stripe at 180 miles an hour in Sportsman. I'm sorry, but that's just funny. That's just funny. All right, well, Bruce is back from his little sojourn, so he's going to slide back in here and take you through the rest of this. Listen up in the pits. Sportsman, come on down. If you're double entered, come up first.
All right, looks like Dave Hicks and Richard Haney. 66 Ford Mustang could not get around that 68 Camaro here in the left-hand lane. Wow, 004 reaction time for Hicks. That's what gave him the win. Looks like Haney's headed for the buyback window. Oh, next pair coming to you, Andy Kimball. Isn't that a neat looking Mustang? We talk about something you'd like to see on the streets. Good looking Mustang here in the tower side. It says 72 fastback Mustang. Like almost like the Bullet style. 704 the dial. Here in the left-hand lane, Chloe Lippin. Lippin back in the dragster, 1990 Spitzer chassis 500 140 cubic inches for Chloe. Comes out of Cave Creek. Not too bad. Right into round number 2 is Chloe. 84 red. Wow. Looks like Andy looking for an 04 goes an 11 at 96 miles an hour. But again, green wind lights on the left lane scoreboard. Here's Billy McDaniel. And of course, Matt Hawk. Matt Hawk with the upheld the team wheelie yesterday. So see if he can do it again today. He's out there with a 746 dial. And Billy McDaniel here in the left lane, looking for a 648. So a 66 Chevy 2 left lane, 72 Ford Maverick. Hawk Family Racing right lane. So with that 648, nice left wheel way up in the air for Matt. Looking for a 46, has a 36 light and gives the win over to Billy McDaniel. And McDaniel will take the win, goes at 52 on a 48 after a nice 14 reaction time. Hawk with that 36 light only goes 2 up, or about 29 up on the dial, and gives the win to McDaniel. Here's Buddy Jensen, 60. That's not Buddy Jensen, by the way. I believe that's Heil, Mr. Heil, in the Colette Camaro, Colette uniform Camaro, something Heil. I believe last name is Heil. It was 717 anyway, up against Eric Daniels. Daniels in the Vega here in the left-hand lane. Whoa. And Heil goes dead on 8. But an 81 light, 31 behind, cost him the race. Eric Daniels picked it up and goes 3 up on the dial. Took the stripe by 83 10,000ths and the win at 102 miles an hour. We believe. And now, if you believe, we believe. Outlaw is driven by Joe Kidd today. So we'll find out who's actually behind the wheel, because it is 781J. So I believe that's Joe Kidd Jr.'s. Whether it's dad or junior, but we'll find out. Anyway, up against Mark Johns. Now, apparently, totally unofficial coming out of the tower. Mark Johns was your run for the money winner. We don't know for certain, so don't take that to the bank yet. But left lane, Joe Kidd goes 678, but Mark Johns will get the win. Goes 13 up on the dial at 106 miles an hour. Here's Tony Marconi in the Arrow, the Plymouth Arrow Roadster. Attention to pits, attention to pits. We all are calling. Junior Street and High School. Combination, motorcycle, and Sportsman. Tony Marconi, a red light by 0.03 of a second. Automatic free time run. Victor Sandoval, like Victor needs a free time run. He's usually always on the money, goes 52 green, and then only about 4 off his dial. Here's Trevor Ward. Trevor Ward, tower side, 692 dial in that 19 Camaro. Looks like the Challenger is actually double entered, because I believe we saw him a little earlier, saw this car, and he's going to go another round in both the X car and the regular. So it goes 18 up on it, down 34, goes 35 and an 8 at 97 miles an hour. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Super Pro. Double entered Super Pro. This is your first call to the lanes, please. Super Pro, double entered Super Pro, your first call. This is Junior Street in high school. Here on the tower side, Mustang number 6704. At the moment, don't have the info for you, but dials an 860 anyway. Up against Christian the Kid Williams. Williams over there in the right-hand line now. Williams ran a whole bunch of rounds yesterday in the Junior Street in high school. Going to turn on a red light this time, though. 6 thou red for Williams. It looks like the Mustang will come back. Dialed 60, goes 58, so about 28 under at 80 miles an hour. Here's Nathan Rinstra. Nathan in the F-150 pickup truck with a 1044 dial. And Haley Bopp. Haley with an 878 dial in her Corvette. Comes down out of Chandler, only 17 years old for Haley, and your current reigning champion in category. Well, looks like a free time run goes over to Nathan as Haley, red light by 1/1000th of a second. Boy, talk about having it dialed up soft as well. Goes 65 on a 78. So, of course, that's going to help her in Sportsman category when she rolls back around and gets in there. But, wow. And Rinstra had his dialed up soft as well. Goes 24 on a 44. But Haley went red to begin with. Here's Madeline Smith at Litchfield Park. 10:05. 10:05 is the dial for Madeline in the Mini Cooper. And she'll take the win at 70 miles an hour as car 705H goes under by 6, and Madeline gets the win. Oh, Jace Renault has entered into our Junior Street and High School category. He's over there in the right-hand lane and turns on a red light by 0-2-0. Allison, she going to go a whole bunch of rounds again today, is she? Well, she took it all the way home last night. 0.66 reaction time. Then goes at 12:06, but those green win lights were on her scoreboard. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Super Pro. Second call going out for double entrants at the front and single entries to follow. So Super Pro, your second call to the lanes, please. Once again, Arturo Martinez, we need you. Second floor timing tower, first door. Also, guys, you got about a little less than a half hour. If you want to get over there and get some of those Hangover National raffle tickets, you can get 1 for $1, 6 for $5, 15 for $10, 30 for $20, and they have all kinds of neat stuff. So you want to get over there and make sure that you get about 20 at least of those times, 30 of those tickets for $20. Why not? I mean, you could actually get ratcheting jack stands. You could get the corded electric pressure washer. You could get a 2-burner 22-inch griddle. That's some of the stuff that's over there. So and as well as a huge toolbox. So go up there, have a look at all the stuff that's there. And also, for an extra $10, you can get the lottery ticket bouquet. So Carrie says there's roughly 30 lottery tickets in that thing. So wow, can you imagine that? Grabbing 30 lottery tickets for 10 bucks? And just think how much you could win out of that. So they're going to close that down in about a half hour. So once again, guys, it looks like Sam is down there with that yummy kettle corn. If you haven't got a bag of that, you need to go get you a big bag because you're going to go through it in a hurry. That's some great stuff. Yummy kettle corn. Sam's cooking that up for you down there. Concession stand is open. So don't forget about our potluck dinner this evening. We'll let you know when to start carrying that food up to the Nitro Club. Again, the Nitro Club is where you can get those Hangover National raffle tickets. So potluck will take place later on. $20 entry fee and a $10 buyback if you happen to buy back over there for the practice tree. So to get you into that Southwest Showdown. So you need to do that if the winner gets a free ride into the Southwest Showdown. It's only 20 bucks to get into the practice tree and only $10 to buy back. So lots of stuff going on tonight after the races. So that'll all take place after our races. Tim DeBrocchi, we have 2 donuts left, and they are for you. Tim DeBrocchi, you are our latest perfect reaction time, 000. So, Tim DeBrocchi, these 2 donuts belong to you. Come on down and pick them up. So we're going to put out that final call for our Sportsman category. Of course, Sportsman, double entrance to the front as usual, and Super Pro. Final call going out to you as well. All right, here they come. Motorcycle ET. What a neat deal this is. Dan Schroeder, left lane. Justin Willison, right lane. Willison, part of that team Patterson. That, well, you talk about winning constantly. One of the Willisons or Patterson is picking up a win, usually along the way somewhere. And of course, yesterday, Justin took out father-in-law. So we'll see what happens today if the two of them run up against one another. Schneider here all the way from Erie, Colorado on his Harley Davidson 1300 cc. 643 is the dial for Dan. Justin on the Kawasaki 1428 cc. Comes out of Tucson, of course, and of course that Team Patterson trying to build up the motorcycle category. They've got motorcycles for rent, and they will teach folks and bring them over to the shop and show them all this stuff to do. They've had a couple of folks out already this last year, and loaned them a motorcycle to learn on. But out this time, Justin looking for a 585. Oh, and could not get around that 009 reaction time from Dan. Dan goes about 6 up on his dial, but he had about 300 stuffed away in the bank at 105 miles an hour, 97 ten-thousandths of a second. Over to Dan Schneider. Mr. Marbach. And again, we haven't seen Pat on a motorcycle too often. For me, this is actually the first weekend I've seen Pat on a motorcycle. Normally he's either in the Cougar, or he's in the Roadster, or he's in the Dragster. But this weekend on a Harley. Wants a 10 flat dial. Tom Patterson, 1978 Kawasaki, 1428 cc's with a 572 dial. Oh, Pat, 13 red. Free time run for Tom. Like Tom needs a free time run. Goes 87 green, looking for a 72, goes 3 up on it with a 75 at 119. Here's David Oler. Here's David Oler and Marley Willison. Now Marley, part of that Team Patterson. And David. David here in the left lane. He is a past category champion on his bike. He wants a 594. Marley wants a 601. I believe most of them are still into that 4 Pro tree. I'm pretty sure Marley does. We'll see what happens. And yep, 4 Pro. As you see a flash of the yellow, and then the green comes on. So Marley will take it away. She goes 603, about 14 up. Sorry, 24 up on the dial. Dial 01 goes in 03. Better Light went to David with a 17, but he was further off the dial. Dial to 94 goes a 602 at 113. Marley goes 112. Pat Eggstrom out of El Mirage, 2006 Suzuki, 1300 cc, 606 dial, American walk-in coolers, right lane. Jim Burris Jr. out of Tucson, 2012 Kawasaki, 1400 cc's, 562 dial. Oh, Better Light's liable to take this one away, as it does. Burris trying to catch up because he was way tardy at the starting line. Eggstrom had a 39 light. Burris had a 111. Eggstrom goes 12, so 6 up on his 06 at 113 for the win. All the brothers going to face off against each other this early in competition. So I take that back. Where's Glenn? Glenn Welchco here in the left-hand lane. Sorry about that, Glenn. Mike Layton. Mike Layton out of Mesa on the Harley V-Rod over there in the right-hand lane. 765 is the dial and the win, because he goes dead on 8 after a 180 reaction time. Welchco here in the left lane. He was looking for a 930, goes a 951 at 75.39. Here's Matt Blewett. Didn't get to see Matt yesterday. He's here today. 6:15 is what Matt's looking for here against Sean Phipps. Sean out of Mesa on the Suzuki. 6:45, so a little about 3 difference here at the tree. Matt out of Chandler, Sean out of Mesa. Again, Sean doing double duty, running both, I believe, Super Pro and motorcycle, and he's going rounds in both. So Sean, nice 29 light, but Matt had a 15 light. Better light goes to Matt, but the win goes to Sean. It goes dead on 8 after a 29 reaction at 106.81. Here's Bill Kay. Looks like perhaps the last in category for this round. Maybe. Not sure what's up, but looks like it is Bill Kay. So perhaps it is a the buy run. Don't know. 78 Kawasaki anyway for Bill. We're looking for a 593. I do hear a couple of more scooters back there, but yeah, there's a couple more coming up. Maybe maybe that was the double entry coming back around. Bill Kay 166 on the timer, and then goes under his 93, but it doesn't matter when you're by yourself. You can do that at 117. Oh, here's Marty Layton. Okay, so I thought the brothers were going to face off early on, but guess not. Marty, 730 dial in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. 2001 Suzuki Bandit, 1216 cc, up against Dan Schneider. So yeah, is our X bikes. 2006 Harley, left lane for Dan Schneider. 648 is the dial. Out well for Marty. Something happened to the bike. So unless Dan breaks out, he will get the win. So as he gets down the road, he could end up racing himself. So he's won both the X round and the regular. So Schneider goes 652 on a 48, but Marty, something happened to the bike up here at the starting line, so he was way slow through that 8th mile. All right, looks like we are getting into our Sportsman category, round number 1. Another one of your past champions on both sides of the tree. Kyle Vance was a double-up champion in high school here in the left-hand lane, and jumped into the Sportsman category in that 1990 Mustang 774 up against Jordan Hart. Now Jordan has been a Sportsman and a junior dragster champion, but in the Corvette now. That's a 2000 Corvette, and he's going to drive into round 2. As Kyle may have to go to the buyback window with a 19 red. Jordan goes 22 on a 15, but again, green wind lights on in that right lane scoreboard. The Caballero 1985 GMC, left lane 850 dial, up against Andy Kadar's good looking 65 Pontiac Tempest. The Tempest wants a 796 dial. Tempest free run. And he's looking for a 96, goes an 8, and equipment saving 803 at 85 miles an hour. Here's Brandy Card. She's back up with the baby blue Ford Maverick. Left lane, 738. To Kyle Fritz, Dirty Bird. The 89 Firebird, 747 on the window. Oh, wow. 747 for the bomb. Bomb pop. Holy cow. Brandy. She's never that tardy. 6:19 for Brandy. She's never that late. Wow. But Kyle says, thank you. Round 1. I'll drive back around for round 2. But Brandy, if she wants to continue, is going to have to go to the buyback window. Here's Michael Giesick. Uh-oh. Doors open on the Nova here in the left lane. That doesn't look good. Oh, looks like he did get it started. So going to shut the door, and Giesick out of Tucson in that 63 shoebox is going to make the trip. So Melissa with the 86 Mustang. 770 dial, right lane. So pretty close to a heads up. Just a couple separates him at the tree. 770 to a 755. Randy B. Randy B in the Challenger, left lane, 821. Here's the dial up against Tony Somas. Tony in that 2004 Monte Carlo couldn't get around. He had a better light, 34 to a 104. But Randy takes the win in the Challenger. Goes 31 on a 21 at 79 miles an hour. Robert Martin, 1974 Chevy Nova, 801 dial right-hand lane. Denise Heath, pretty neat looking Camaro. Here in the left-hand lane, 879 is what Denise is looking for, but that red light's not going to give it to her. Of course, maybe she'll run 879, but red light gives the win to Robert Heath. Robert Martin. Roger Murray, Russ Lindsay. Roger left lane, S10. Russ right lane, Oldsmobile Omega. The Omega's 833 dial. The S10 is a 750 dial. So of course 833 going to get to leave first. Looking down the racetrack with about that much. Again, better reaction time. We are in Sportsman category, so a little bit of a head start goes to Russ, and so does the win. Looks like Roger left about 2/10 here at the starting line, and Russ picked it up, took it to the finish line, and goes 91. Took the stripe by 91 and gets the win at 78 miles an hour. Here's Jonathan Graham coming out of Corona in a 2012 Kia Soul. 1001 is the dial for the Kia. Up against Steve Shoemaker. Shoemaker's in the Ranger pickup truck, looking for an 898 here in the left-hand lane. Jonathan's still out in front. Wow, can he make it? He does. Hung on to it, goes an 02, only 13 up on his 1001 at 67 miles an hour. Shoemaker goes 76. Wow, 976. Little tardy at the starting line by a 10th at 79 miles an hour. Jonathan Graham. So here's the Gramero. Natalie Graham in the 2012 Chevy Camaro, 6.2 liter. See if she can end up racing hubby towards the end of the night. Dan Remy in the Falcon. That's a 1963 Ford Falcon. Comes out of Kingman. Wow, this is going to be one at the stripe, as it is an identical reaction time. Oh, Natalie. Both of them had a 78 light, and Natalie took too much stripe and goes under her 80 with a 71 at 81 miles an hour. So Dan goes 95 on the 85 at 87 into round number 2. Here's Chrissy Fife and Jason Beatman. Jason in a Chevy 2, 750 dial, right-hand lane, American walk-in coolers, right-hand lane. Christine, left lane, C10 pickup truck, 915 dial. That's a 1979 C10. True start. The best red light goes to Christine. She had a 32 red. Jason had a 45 red. So best red light gets the win, Chrissy. George here in the left-hand lane, the Chevelle. It's a 1965 Chevelle. 830 for Joe Guerin with a 906 in his El Camino. It was a small block, 327 cubic inches of small block Chevy up against the big block of George. And the win goes Joe Guerin. Joe dialed in 06, goes a 111. Well, this is kind of neat. Ginger Vaughn in a 2020 Challenger up against the CUDA. Is that an AAR CUDA? Can't quite see the side, but 440 cubic inches anyway of a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. So between the CUDAs and the Challengers back in those days, the body styles were very, very similar. And Cody goes red by 1/1000th of a second in the Barracuda. Automatic free time run to Ginger in the new Challenger, a new body style Challenger. 794 on a 780 at 87 miles an hour for Ginger. Mark Clayton. How cool is that car? 1930 Ford Coupe. Right-hand lane. 817 dial for the coupe. Art here in the left lane with the 908 dial in the 2019 Challenger. So of course going to get to leave first. Clayton's going to have to chase him down. Whoops. A little bit of wheel spin off the starting line, and Clayton goes red though by 37. So again, an automatic free time run goes over to Art in the Challenger. He goes 978 with a 6 at 77.79. Kurt Spangler, another older Mopar, about a 71, 72 Dart, if that is Art. Kind of doubt it because it says it's a Camaro. So anyway, left lane Dart. Car number 318, we're guessing. For an 880 up against Brian Newberg. Well, we know that's Brian. 77 Camaro. Now Brian looking over his left shoulder. Where is that Dart? It's right there. And he goes 98. So kind of lifted and takes the win by 83/10,000ths for Brian Newberg. Mike Williams, another one that picked up a whole bunch of win money last night in this good-looking blue Plymouth Savoy. Don't have much information yet for the Mustang here in the left lane, but we'll get that pretty soon. But Mike Williams over there in the Plymouth. Get you a dial in shortly. The Plymouth Fury. 743 is the dial. Up against Andrew Lynch. Left lane, Lynch with an 860 dial. About 660 feet. The green win lights come on for Mike Williams once again. 3 up on the dial. Had a 19 light, so he was 3 better at the tree. 50 better at the finish line. 88 miles an hour. Williams with the win. Oh, this is kind of cool. Blue oval, bow tie. The bow tie, that's Haley Bopp's Corvette. The blue oval, that's Brad Peterson's 2010 Mustang. The Mustang left lane with a 915 dial. The Corvette right lane with an 875 dial. Oh, yeah, that was pretty cool. Haley just a quick tap on the brakes and goes 86 and a win. A whole bunch better light goes to Haley, and so does the win at 76.49. Well, here goes. Here's a hit in a 2017 VW GTI. Left-hand lane, 880 is the dial. Up against Jordan Hart. Jordan in his Corvette. Now, I believe he's double entered because we saw him just a couple of minutes ago. He's going to go another round in the regular anyway, but a hit goes under his 80 by a couple with a 78.84.26. Looks like we are into the into the regulars, as the X cars have already run, and looks like we're back into the double entries. So Melissa Citro in the 86 Mustang right-hand lane. Oh, never mind. This is the rerun. Sorry about that. The rerun when the computer messed up. So Michael Giesick, the 63 Nova, up against Melissa Citro. Melissa in her Mustang. Like I say, this is the rerun. So see how the outcome goes, and it looks like Melissa, look over your shoulder. Melissa, look over your shoulder. Yes, Melissa will take that win, as Michael at the hit jumped up on it and it pulled it over towards the wall. So it looks like he's going quite slow down that left lane wall. We'll see perhaps something happen, but thank you for pulling it over. We'll see. I don't see any stuff out there, so which is a good thing. But Michael, something happened to his car, so right away pulled it over. So thank you, Michael. And Melissa Citro with the win. Well, it looks like Giesick is maybe stepping out of the car down there, it looks like. So hopefully, yeah, track has reds on, so safety crew's gonna perhaps have to go out there and hook him up, tow him down. Does not look like Giesick is running at this point. So once again, Arturo Martinez. We need you second floor to timing tower, first door. Arturo Martinez We need you. Second floor to timing tower, first door. Okay. All right, looks like we're about ready to get back after it again. Looks like Randy B here in the Challenger. So it looks like they've taken Mr. Giesick off of the racetrack. So thanks to our safety crew. You guys are normally always right on top of it, so they'll take good care of it. So the Challenger comes up out of Benson here for Randy B. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. This is your final call, getting ready to run your category. All right, here we go. Randy B, I believe will be our final car in category, in Sportsman category for this round. So Randy looking for a 821 and going to go an 825. So 4 up on it at 85 miles an hour. And ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure, Mr. Alan Reinhardt, back at you for Super Pro. Still on.
Thank you, Bruce, and here we go. Elliot Franco and Brad Akers coming right out of the box. Everybody gets to advance to the next round. Some people have to pay $40 to do it. So this is the $40 round, basically. Turn on the light, say $40. It's going to come on down there for Brad Akers. It's holding a tick in reaction time, even though neither one of the drivers is going to be bragging about what the light was. Then runs dead on 9 at 126. Saved by the shoe polish. 517, 132 for Elliot Franco, who missed it even worse up at this end. The TNT machine, Travis Ringu. Division 6 player over here on the left side, and the right side is Mark Barnhart. Out of New Mexico. Mark Barnhart just fouled his way to the buyback window. Travis, 457 on the 456, 152 miles an hour. Didn't need any of it. All he needed to do was turn it green, and he turned it plenty green. Hector Hernandez rolling in now. I've been talking about this Mustang all week. It's got a 429 under the hood. And somebody told me, I haven't verified this, but somebody told me the 429 is actually an LS Chevrolet. That would be depressing. I mean, not for Hector, but for me. Lou Ortiz over on the right side. The Venom machine. The Fender de-answer car. Handicap head start, a little more than a second, even though everybody's leaving off the top bulb, so as long as you got the numbers right in your delay box. Everybody hits the top, and then you just go do-do-do-do-do-do-do and wait for your car to go. Both of them off and away on the green. Ortiz ain't gonna catch him. Wow. Hector Hernandez, who yesterday did such a spectacular job all day long, takes a mile at the stripe and breaks out. He was definitely sitting in the driver's seat, literally and figuratively, after the reaction timer. Ortiz runs dead on 6, but he was dead late. And Hector just handed it back over to him. Comes Ruben Ruiz. If anybody ever asks you what candy apple means when they're talking about paint, show them a picture of this truck. That thing's awesome. It's like Rudolph's nose. It almost glows. I mean, it's not bright red like Rudolph's nose, but it glows like Rudolph's nose. Dylan Moody over on the right side. Driving the dragstree's dialed in at a 472. Pretty sizable handicap head start. Going to go to the truck. And Ruiz out of Hermosillo. Going to be off and running. That LS-powered Chevrolet. Right place, right time. Dylan Moody just had one of the best reaction times we've seen in the round and still left second. Because Ruben had the best in category so far. He's 007 at this end, 628 down the track. Dylan didn't have much for that. He had an 019 bulb, which wasn't bad. 475 was not getting there. Here comes Dwayne Ringuth out of Alberta. Every time I see somebody come up here out of Alberta, it reminds me of Avenue Q. No, Winnie the Pooh's in Winnipeg. Avenue Q is an off-Broadway show. AJ Crater over on the right side. Canada's a big country. Everything in Canada's not. It's like, you know, somebody says, oh, America, and they think Texas and New York are the same. They're not. Trust me on this. Not even close. That is one big honking head start. Zoom, 473. Dwayne goes zipping right on by. AJ goes 3 over the dial. Dwayne goes 3 over the dial. Difference of the start, 0.05 of a second. Difference of the stripe, 0.05 of a second. Dwayne for the win. Michael Scholl now on the left side. And Alessandro Ortiz in the Malibu. Another one of the TNT machines from way up north. Way up north. I wonder what the weather's like in Vancouver right now. Current weather, Vancouver, Canada.
It's 43 degrees and cloudy in Vancouver.
Oh, that's not so bad. That's not so bad at all. The dragster goes too soon. Turn on the scoreboard over there for Alessandro. 581, 117. All he had to do was turn it green, and he did that perfectly. Well, not perfectly, but I mean, you know, 27 green, that's close enough. When Michael was red by 34. Don Toya in the Chevy 2. Now, he wasn't driving this earlier, so this thing must be double entered. Or maybe it just had somebody else's number on it. This is a neat little hot rod. The 62 Hugger Orange Chevy 2. Now, I'm absolutely positive that Hugger Orange was not an optional color in 1962. But the car's pretty sweet. Morgan Nair on the right side. Rolling down here out of Glendale. By the way, if you need anything and you can't find it here on property, Don's the guy to see. Automatic win for Toya. Red light for Morgan, 697 on the 699 for Donnie. 97 miles an hour, 503, 137 for Morgan. But 025 red for Morgan. Those pesky little red lights can ruin your whole day. You know, kind of like when you're late for the movie. Matt Bong, Brian Thomas. This goes back like 150 years ago. I think the statute of limitations run out. Me and one of my buddies decided we're going to go see a movie. It's like a Saturday matinee, and you know we're running pretty close. We're going to be, I think, a little late. And we're cruising down Grant Road, and this ambulance comes screaming by. I pulled over and let the ambulance go by, as you should. And then as soon as the ambulance went by, I smashed the gas and tailgated him because I figured we're going now. We're going to make the movie. It worked out perfectly. 624, 102 miles an hour by half a thou. Brian Thomas had a reaction advantage, got down to the stripe and took it by half a thou. Matt Bong's gonna look at that time slip and go, come on, man, really? Yeah, really. And Thomas either did the most spectacular job of tightening up the stripe that I've seen so far today, or the most pathetic job of giving it back that I've seen so far today. But the bottom line is Brian Thomas is gonna advance for free, and Matt's gonna go to the buyback window. Here comes DeAndre Fitzgerald, the boo. And Taddy Sarmenta in the Chevelle over on the right side. Both cars really cool for different reasons. Handicap head start goes to the wagon. Wind light goes to the wagon. When DeAndre is 008 and the opponent is not, you can pretty much go ahead and fill in the rest of the time slip from there. They both go 3 above the dial, 1 more time, but the reaction time was the defining factor there, and a 008 for DeAndre was the win. Gabe Hernandez now in the dragster. I wonder who was the first person to decide to incorporate the rear wheels into the paint scheme. If you've seen some of the cars that are coming out now, they're like ridiculous. The inside of the body is painted, the radiator's painted, the valve covers, it's all like part of the scheme. Joe Cox driving that 66 Plymouth, part of Team Channel 4 News. That 66 Plymouth's got a license plate on it, but it says SCSN 17, which means he raced the Street Car Super Nationals. I do not believe. Ready to put on the street. 009 light for Joe, 703 for Joe, win for Joe. Gabe Hernandez had a little bit of room. He got there first by 200s, broke out by 11 thou. Had a little room. Need to snug her up a little more than he did. Here comes Ray Bong, going to try to do what his brother couldn't do, and that is advance for free. The Mercury Comet. Beto Dominguez over on the right side. By 240 The beauty of it is if you tell your friends, hey, we're going to be racing out of Tucson, come see me. What are you driving? The 240SX. You don't have to give them any more information. You know, if you tell them I'm driving the Camaro, you know, yeah, can we get some more there? Beto is going to get the win. Ray Bong missed the tree badly and paid for it dearly. And that'll bring up Wes Snodgrass. I see a 609 on the scoreboard, but I swear I'm looking at Wes's car. I don't see a dial on it anywhere. Scott Hess over on the right side. Scott's one of the Mighty Ducks. Whack, whack. Who were the little ducks? Well, wait, Huey, Dewey, and Chewy. No. Mooey. No, that was the cow. Louie, right? Huey, Dewey, and Louie? Okay. So Hess, one of the guys that's double duty and doing the dragster and also doing the little Chevy 2 that we'll see in a bit. Reaction time double. 0-4. Taking 14 at the stripe, and Scott Hess is going to be a winner. 610 on 609 for Wes. He's 0-34 and one above, which ain't terrible. But it's the right place at the right time kind of sport, and at this place and this time, it wasn't enough. Well, the other guy's 004 taking 14. Here comes Chris Forsyth, the promotor, and George Lewis. George in the 64 Chevelle. I wonder what shade of green that is. I like it. That's why I'm curious. I go to Home Depot and see if I can get that and, you know, paint my kitchen cabinets or something. How crazy is it that you can't go to the hardware store and just buy paint anymore? They have to mix it for you. You used to go in and go, okay, we'll take that one. Now it's like, no, pick your shade. We'll do the math science on your shade. 557 on a 557. Chris Forsyth, 025 on the tree and locked out. 025, dead 5. That'll buy you a ticket to the buyback window. Lewis, 14, dead 4. Crazy. Crazy. 25, dead 5. Not enough. Kurt Zenzalita. You think he was like the last guy on like every list when he was in school? I mean, somebody else would have had his name that starts with Z and something further down the alphabet than I. 69 Roadrunner, Vic Leah, out of Albuquerque in the drag show over on the right side. Of course, the good news is for Curtis, they said, okay, tomorrow everybody's going to show up at 7 a.m. We're going to line up alphabetically. He could sleep in. And it's like, yeah, I'll be there about noon. You won't need me much before then. Vic had a 002 reaction time and then left the door open. He goes 5:45, and Kurt just couldn't quite get there. He got there first by 15 thou. He broke out by 12 thousandths of a second. He had a 3 thou window to sneak in. Could not make it happen. How about Zach Taylor now in the dragster left side and Sammy Franco in the right? Jake from State Farm. That's funny. Sammy over there on the right side, rolling in from New Mexico. Zach Taylor out of Peoria. Zach Taylor. If you need Zach, just go hang out at the buyback window, because that's where he'll be in a minute. Or a couple of minutes. Sammy Franco. 552 on the 551 for the win. Zach Taylor goes red and then goes 73 on a 72. And here comes Jake from State Farm. Remember I said earlier I wasn't sure, but I thought that might be him. It says it on the window. That's pretty cool. Luis Valenzuela Sr. over on the right side. Jake Taylor, that's part of Team Downing? Well, I guess that would explain the Duster part. Man, that thing darted to the right. It did that this morning, too, on the run for the money. Wind light's going to come on for Jake. Valenzuela actually had the better reaction time. But he got there first by 400, broke out by 3 thou. Sometimes the brake pedal is your friend. Sometimes. So Jake Taylor. Jake had him covered. Get it? Covered. Insurance. Jake from State Farm. Covered. Come on, that's funny. Half an hour from now, you're going to fall over laughing. Ronnie Ward comes up now in the truck, and Robert Hall in the Chevy 2. Team Joe Kidd. Red light. Robert Hall gets a win by 4 thousandths of a second. 008 to 004. Both of them leaving early. When both of them leave early, whoever's closer is your winner. You guys know that by now, right? So it's going to be Rob Hall. 004 red for the win. Rodney Ward, 008 red for the buyback. And here comes Ken Pastor. He won in this car last night or the other car? I don't remember. One of these cars. Ken Pastorby's been at this a while. I wonder if he ever raced at the old Tucson Dragway. He's old enough. Not by a lot, but he's old enough. Mike McBrayer over on the right side. Mike McBrayer raced at the old Tucson Dragway, but he's old enough. He once raced Ben Hur. Yeah, he had to spot Ben like, I don't know, a tenth and a half or something. 3 thou difference in reaction time. Ken Passerby for the win. Runs 81 on the 81. Mike McBrayer goes 674. Looks like he came out on a bad decision with the brake pedal down there. 102 miles an hour. Let Ken have the stripe. Heads up, quad coming behind you. Heads up, quad coming behind you. Trying to help, ladies. Walking across the road without even looking. Come on. You know, look both ways before you cross the street. Wasn't that long ago you learned that, was it? Did they still teach that? Do you still have to look both ways before you cross the street, or is there an app for that? Mike Galloway on the left side, Sarah Kidd on the right. Galloway was 3 Hun better in reaction time, and then he gets the win, 619 at 103. 83 on a 79 for Sarah Kidd. And she'll be borrowing $40 from Dad for the buyback. Dad, Sarah needs to borrow $40, but don't worry, she'll give it back to you at the end of the day after she wins the Wally. Bill Bullock. By the way, there's a Wally on the line today in each category. Jimmy Kelso. In the right side, the Delarme Mobile. Eddie Delarme, like fabricator extraordinaire. It's funny, I'm like fabricator, not extraordinaire. One of my all-time favorites, a guy called me and said, what do you charge me to do this? I said, I don't know, $10. And he said, oh, Eddie will do it for $5. I said, then have Eddie do it, because he's going to do it better than I do. And he's like, well, yeah, but. And I said, no, I ain't buying it. Bill Bullock takes the head start with the Camaro. Here comes Kelso, here comes Kelso. Man, he was off the throttle way early. Did you hear that? Boom, slowing down 128 miles an hour for the win. Had about 5 Hun in the bank at this end, Kelso. Wheeled him out down there. 517 for the win. I'll bring up Brian Fritz, the Torco machine here on the left side, and Nolan Pastic driving the Tom Bear car. Nolan, a relative newcomer, going through the Tom Bear School of Drag Racing. That is the coach slash teacher slash multiple time division champion down there, giving him final instruction. Handicap head start goes to Brian Fritz, 1.14 seconds. .634, Brian Fritz, winner. Nolan Pastic ran dead on 3, but his reaction time started with a 1. All part of the learning process, just getting the routine down. Hey, just got a message from Jake's uncle. Good to have you here, Brian. The whole group of you. 634 for the win. After Nolan nailed the number but missed the tree. Alexander now out of Hermosillo. What do you think of that dart? I think that thing's awesome. I like green, so there's that. You got David Pohl over on the right side, the other Tom Bear car. For the Morro Bay Cabinet Company and Allen and Johnson Performance Engineering. I think that, Tom, I think if you're going to have an AJPE car, you ought to put a 481X in it. You know, with a baby blower. That'd be fun. Wait, I got a brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. Well, 513 on the 515 for Dave. He actually got the tree at a 20, got there first, but he broke out doing it by 14 thou. 93 for Alex Sandlin at 117. Okay, here's my latest brilliant idea. If the car's going to have AJPE on the side of it, you need to call them and tell them, hey, I need a 481X. And actually, don't put a baby blower on it, put a Whipple on it. Put a Whipple on it. I mean, Chelsea's just down the street. You know, you run down to Sierra Vista and have him hook you up and then put it on the chassis dyno. And then you could enter it in Sportsman. And then you could spot Conley at 10th and a half. Now that would be fun. Here comes Kurt Reif on the left side, Luke Makovic on the right. What was the head start? He gave me a 10. It's like, I'm sorry, he what? Both drivers leave early. Luke's 004, so he's going to win it. Kurt, deeper than 004, so he's going to not win it. Both drivers also run 2 above the dial, but the only thing that mattered was who was closer to the green, and Luke was closer to the green. Leroy Duran on the left side, Taylor Oling in the right. Taylor, who came all the way in from Tennessee just to race. And maybe to hang out with Savannah. No, just to race. No, wait, is racing the bonus or is Savannah the bonus? One or the other. It's kind of like, no, honey, I just came to see you. You know, scoot over a little bit so I can see the racetrack. Leroy Durham driving the dragster over here on the left side. Dialed in 491. Pretty good handicap coming here. All on Leroy's side stayed on so long and almost burned out. Wow. Better on the tree, Taylor. 1 above the dial, Taylor. Coming back next round. That would be Taylor. Durham also runs 1 above the dial, but he left 3 hundo back here. So Durham will be buying back. Taylor will not. Orlando Sanchez Romero. Hey, we finally figured out who that is. The Fox Body Ford Mustang. I think it's got cool graphics on it. Mark Lalonde over on the right side. For the Arizona Bug Company. Oh, these guys did a bad job of pulling into the lanes. Look at the 2 in the water box. Whose idea was that? Dummy. Easy. Easy. 1.02 seconds. Remember Chuck Wooler used to always be back in 2 and 2? Well, this head start's going to be 1 and 2. 1.02, but that's 1 and 2. I think that's a brilliant idea. A Whipple-blown 481X in a dragster and Sportsman. Brilliant idea. Orlando. Let go 6 thou too soon. 6 thou too soon. 514 for Mark Lalonde. Dialed to 12, ran 14 with a 16 light. 12, 14, 16. Sanchez goes 6'11", but he was 006 red. That'll bring up Chuck Hawk and Pat Neal. These 2 guys don't mind racing each other, but they'd rather do it later in the day. Or maybe, just maybe, they did this on purpose. Hey, I want a time run. I want a time run too. I'll split the buyback with you. Let's pull up side by side. The Cougar in the right side. I wonder if the sequential taillights work. And Chuck Hawk driving the truck. Both get away on the green. Finish line. Going to be Chuck 5 flat. 135, 663 for Pat Neal at 102 miles an hour. Better reaction time to Chuck by a couple of thou. And then he ran 5 flat on the 98. That'll bring up Zimmy and Joe Landavazo. Landavazo in the right side. Dialed in 545. So Zimmy's going to get it. How about 004 994? Call that 14 total. That's a winner. Landavazo 028 on the tree and was locked out. That's like a double lockout. When one driver's 14 total, the other one's 028 and then 3 back of the dial. A perfect light would not have saved him. A perfect dead on would not have saved him. Both would have worked, but he had neither. So Jeremy Jacobs. The 62 Plymouth Savoy. Unless you're Cajun, then it's a Plymouth Savoie. Mike Gardner in the right side. Mike Gardner for Team at Channel 4 News. I think that Team Channel 4 News has got 2 minutes. Well, what's that, third time this round that both drivers have left early? And the better early lever, or the not quite so early lever. Gardner's going to get the win. He was 006. Jeremy was 26. Skylar Cerny now over in the right side. And that's Natalie's car, but I'm not sure if that's Natalie driving it or not. I think this is one of them that's double entered. The big block. Nitrous assisted machine here on the left side. Dialed in at 493. I actually had nitrous on a car in 1979. That was one of those deals when you used to pull up at it. Frankie's Pizza on Speedway. A guy'd look in the back seat, see a nitrous bottle, and he'd move his car because he was afraid the thing was going to explode. It was kind of taboo back then. This was a real hotbed of nitrous, though. I mean, internal combustion engineering was based here. A lot of horsepower came out of Bill Wheatley's shop. You guys can stage whenever you're ready, or I can keep telling more stories. Start. Skylar's earning. 13 too soon. Left lane hit the green and then went dead on 8. Dead on 8, that's a good thing. Green, that's a good thing. Winning, that's a very good thing. Skylar goes red and then 45 on a 44. Brings up Tim O'More. Team Lippin over in the right side. Bruce says it's Chloe. I'm not arguing with Bruce. This is his office. Bruce spends a lot more time in this building than I do. Ugh. Wow. Lippin is 017 on reaction time. Locked out. Tim O'More goes 011 dead 2. 017 taking 008 is going to win you a lot of races, but not that one. Chloe got there first by 8 down, broke out by 12. 017 and locked out. That's mean. Evil, wicked, nasty. Here comes Brad Hawk. They're double checking the dial down there. I thought for a minute it might be 662, but no, it's not. That was yesterday. Tony Piscata in the right side. 67 model Camaro. Brad Hawk. 001 red, dead 3. Come on, man. That's like the run for the money. Like, come on, man. A 4 thou total margin of error on that run. 001 red. Tony Piscata goes 15 on 11. Tony missed the tree, missed the dial, and won the race. It's kind of like the, oh, and the catcher dropped the ball. 4 thou away from perfect. 1 thou, it's red. Here comes Keith Downing. Part of that team busting loose, part of that team Dodge, part of that team State Farm. The Downings now need, they just need to get a State Farm deal. Jerry Duffy over right side of the track. Oh, and Duffy had the wrong numbers in the box. Wrong numbers. He goes 420, which is, I mean, I guess not bad if you're relaxing, but not good if you're racing. I mean red. Keith Downing goes 004, 728. I'm going to tell you, this State Farm thing, it's going to become a thing. Here comes Nick Downing. As we're about halfway through our round number 1 of Super Pro. Nick Downing in the Dodge Daytona. Kristen Stevens in the dragster. Kristen with a big block, the twin toilets out of Ron's fuel injection, which is just like right over there. Is it on like Pennsylvania or Tennessee or something like that? Just right over there. Those guys helped out immensely with Project Funny Car Hemi. Kristen, 1.5 too soon, win light, Nick Downing. Dead 1 for Nick. 14 green, a 97 on a 95 for Kristen. 15 red. Here comes one of two-wheel Super Pros. It's going to be Tom Patterson. Decided to try his luck in a double-ender. Taking on the Ford power dragster over there on the right side. And do not know who that is. Apologies. Well, how about the two motorcycles almost race each other here in round number 1? That would have been interesting. But no. 574, Tom Patterson. So the bike is going to go first. Oh, you're kidding me. Patterson was 005 and out in front by a mile. Breaks out by 3 thou. The dragster wasn't even in the picture. Missed the tree, missed the dial. Tom Patterson does not make that mistake often. I mean, I know he knows the dragster is going to be closing in a hurry, but wow. Wow. That was a gift. Oh, look, I'm still in the giving spirit. Here. Have a round win. Justin Beaver on the left side. Sean Phipps on the right. Sean, it's up to you to. And the motorcycle contingent's honor. Oh, it's upheld. Check it out on a double breakout. Justin goes 60 on a 68. That's under by way too much. Phipps goes 43 on a 45, and that's under by not nearly as much. Double breakout's like a double red light. You just got to be closer. And Phipps was. Here comes Brooke Schroeder in the dragster left side and Sasha Cerny in the right. Not going to be a whole lot of handicap here, only about a tenth of a second. Okay, 0.09. I'm going to get technical. Jeez. I'm sitting there looking down there at the yummy kettle corn flags thinking, kettle corn. Fortunately, I still have some here, so you do not need to bring me any. I still have some from yesterday. What? 12-year-old juniors, come on down. 12 and under juniors to the lanes, please. And apparently Bruce Schroeder's got a problem. The signal was just given to Sasha that you have a free ride. Who's saying that? Come on and take your free ride. Free ride, free ride. Is that like Hank Williams or somebody? No, maybe not him. 508, 137 miles an hour for Sasha, who got a freebie. Bruce Schroeder, hopefully whatever the issue is something he can fix. If he can fix, he can still buy back and have another shot at it. It was actually Edgar Winter that sang Free Ride. I knew it was one of those guys. That'll bring up Randy Smith in the dragster. And the Camaro, who's got the other double duty driver in it now. Twelve and under juniors to the lanes, please. So here's the way the math works this time. 6:52, the prediction for the Camaro, going to leave first. Randy Smith is predicting a 5:38, going to leave, well, not first, but next. And Randy Smith, you see a pre-stage light on, you see a red light on. I'm not sure if that thing rocked back out of the beams or if he just didn't quite bump it in there. That'll bring up Dylan Smith and Savannah Kid. All right, juniors, let's get the oldsters in there. Let's get the 13 to 17. Let's get the elderly juniors coming this way now, please. See what's going on with Savannah down there. She should have done the burnout by now and hasn't. Team assistants just showed up. There we go. Be interesting to see what happens to the Chevy 2 when the tree comes down, because something just wasn't quite right back here. Once again, 13 to 17-year-old juniors, you can head this way now, please. 13 to 17-year-old juniors, come on. Our youngsters should be there. Well, what happened when Savannah let go was she let go a little too soon. Car was perfect, dead on one. She goes red by 12 thou. 512, 133 for Dylan Smith. That would be a winner. Here comes Austin Downing in the Fender Deancer Mobile. And in the right side is Jack Bates in the front engine dragster. The front motor car is dialed 571, 477 for Austin, so it's going to be almost 2 bulbs. But again, everybody leaves on the top, as you see. And Jack Bates left way too soon. I think he left before the top. Can you do that? 571 on a 571, but he was deep red. Austin Downing runs dead on 2. And Austin turned to green. Here comes Jim Barry, the Phantom. Only the Phantom knows. And the right side is Ken Rader. Ken is yesterday's winner. Ken is the only guy in Super Pro who's got a chance to go undefeated for the weekend. Wait, is that true, or did he buy back yesterday? Now I'm curious. Handicap head start's going to go to the right side. Less than half a bulb. In, ready, click, bang. .44 on a 44. That's going to be a winner for Ken. Jim Barry had the tree, couldn't get the stripe. I think Jim Barry made the wrong choice down there. He got down there and backed up. Let Ken Rader sneak by 7 thousandths of a second. Or 8 thousandths of a second. 8, that's the number that looks like a snowman, right? Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. But Ken Rader taking the win, dead on 3. That'll bring up Cindy Hawk in the left side. Rob Strong in the right. The big block Chevy powered Firebird, that would be Rob. The Ford powered Mike Spitzer built dragster, that would be Cindy. Rob was late and it cost him. 486 for the win for Cindy, 133 the speed. 706 on the 704 for Rob, but he had a reaction time start with a 1. If you're racing one of the Hawks and your reaction time starts with a 1, that's usually a bad plan. It certainly was that time. All right, here comes Mark Darsaw. A little small block injected car over here on the left side. I love that thing. The fact that the injector sits like on top of half a tunnel ram and the whole thing's tucked so low you could basically just store the whole car under the bench in your shop. And Jeff Conley on the right side in the S10. That is a twin turbo 540 big block. Jeff Conley might be the first guy in history whose Sportsman car is faster than his Super Pro car. By a bunch. I'm sorry, I just think that's hilarious. So the S10 dialed in 475. Darsaw with a little small block is going to be off and running. He's going to have a couple of hair dryers and a 540-inch big block running him down. .509 on the 507. Darsaw wins it. Jeff Conley got there first by 17 thou, broke out by 12. Missed it by that much. He was behind on the lead, but he had a little room down there, a little bit of room. Darsaw went down there and left him a very small window. Conley couldn't quite get through. Calvin Locke now on the left side. Don Toya on the right. Don out of the hot rod shop that bears his father's name. Got the muffler man standing on the corner. Down there at Glen and Stone. Toya says he's going to run 482. Locke says you're going to need to give me a little head start. Give me the move. Well, darn it. Gonna have to hold up here for just a second, do a quick little double check. Not a discount double check, but similar. One moment, please. Hey, reminder, the potluck tonight. What's your go-to potluck dish? Mine is a 12-pack of tacos from Taco Bell. Hey, we're having a potluck. I'll bring the tacos. I love Taco Bell. Don't make fun of me for Taco Bell. What's your potluck kryptonite? Everybody's got a potluck kryptonite, right? Like, okay, I know I shouldn't eat 4 gallons of that, but I really like potato salad. I really like green bean casserole. I really like macaroni and cheese. Of course, what do I know? My idea of a fancy restaurant is one that actually has a roof.
Plastic forks. Sporks. What was the deal with Joe Kidd and Russ? DeMarco, what was the beef? DeMarco?
Hey, you know, I'm surprised Arturo Martinez has still not come to see me. Arturo, you're not in trouble. I have something that I'm guessing you want. If he doesn't show up, then, well, maybe I'll use it for my... for my potluck donation. Kim DeMarco on the left side, Tony Marconi on the right. I know what Tony's bringing to the potluck. .602 on the 602 Marconi. Nailed it. Kim DeMarco had the reaction advantage. Kim trimmed the tree at 011, then run 644 on a 41. That wasn't enough. Nick Reenstra now. Team Misfit. And Dave Johnson, Team Old Guy. I don't think that's really a team, but if it was, he'd be an early round draft pick. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. Down to the finish line stripe they go. 1 thou separates them in reaction time. And then Nick Reenstra ran drought on the dial. Dave Johnson ran 2 back of the dial. So in this case, dead on the dial is better than 2 back of the dial. And Nick Reenstra wins. Lenny Fife, Mark Jones. Mark Jones was our run for the money guy, right? 69 Mustang over there on the right side. The 1970 Camaro. I bet these two guys both raced at the old Tucson Dragway. They might have both raced these cars. I know for a fact Lenny Fife did. Mark Johns goes red, and Lenny was dead late. 663, 104 for Fife. That's going to be a winner. Dead on 5 for Mark Jones, who was 007 red. Now it's John McDaniel in the Lumina and Luis Ortiz in the dragster. The Venom machine of Luis. At the finish line, it's going to be McDaniel's scoreboard that comes on. Left within 2 thou. Both of them did a nice job there. John runs dead on 8. Luis runs a couple above, 13 thou down at the stripe. Again, Luis Ortiz did a nice job. John just did a better job. Comes Nate DeMarco with the 5.3 liter LS powered dragster. I'm trying to figure that the yellow tape underneath the number on the scoop says just in case. Just in case what? Double enter just in case, Mark Barnhart. Just move the tape back and forth. I'm this number now. No, I'm this number now. No, I'm this number now. Reaction advantage went to Barnhart, but he got there first by 14 thou and broke out by 2 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 12 for the win. DeMarco runs dead 5 at 125 miles an hour. Brings up Larry Cannon left and Beto Dominguez in the right. The 454 powered 1970 Chevelle. SS big block. You get the SS 396 or the SS 454 back in the day. How about Beto? Wow, wow, wow. He's 7 thou better in reaction time. Got there first by 004, and that locked out Larry Cannon. Beto also ran dead 2. Cannon got there second by 004 and broke out by 1,000th of a second. There's like no room at the end. No way, no chance, no how he could win that race. Stan Hammond now. The Root Beer Brown, a 64 Nova, and Dwayne Ringuth out of Alberta. Pretty sizable handicap for Stan Hammond. Unfortunately for him, he could not close the deal. Dwayne, 12 on the tree and then dead 9. Stan was 006. He was in good shape. Just didn't do a very good job snugging up the stripe. Got there first by 400s, broke out by 3 of them. Chris Stillman left. Taddy's Armenta on the right. We're rolling around through our double entries, so we're getting close to the round number 1. 595 on a 593 for Chris. That's going to be a winner. Taddy's 002 on reaction time. Could not close the deal. Runs too quick by a couple of hundo. Had room. Couldn't squeeze in. Here comes Rory Haar now left and Gabe Hernandez. Gabriel at Hermosillo in the dragster. Rory Haar out of South Dakota in his dragster. Both drivers leave on time. Rory, however, is going to get the win. 495 on a 492. Gabe goes 92 on an 86. Again, both drivers solid swing at the tree. Hernandez didn't run the number. Rory backed up to stay safe and takes the win. Billy McDaniel now in the Chevy 2. Every time I see that Chevy 2, I like it even more. And Michael Scholl. Team TNT and Team Alberta. Team 447 Dow. Wow. The entire race for Mike, 4.4 seconds long. He's going to give up a 2-second head start. 2 seconds in a 4-second race. He ain't getting there. Wow, he did get there. Shows what I know. Comes down to a double breakout. Mike's going to win it by 5 thou on the double breakout. He goes 46 on a 47, put him under 8 thou. 49 on a 51 for McDaniel. Put him under 13 thou. 13 minus 8, that leaves 5. That's the margin of victory. That's Pat Marbach. Down there in the red dragster. Rumor has it. And Elliot Franco Sr. over on the right side. Red light start for Elliott. Dead on 2 for Pat. Pat got the win as soon as that red light came on the right side. The win light came on the left side. Ran dead on 2 just for funsies, and that'll bring up the 2 Fox bodies. Hector Hernandez Jr. in the left, and Orlando Sanchez Romero in the right. 627 to 611. Not going to be a whole lot of handicap coming at you here. I hope they stage quickly before the potato salad gets cold. Five thou. Too soon. 626 for the win for Hector. 107 miles an hour. Orlando goes 005 too soon, then 614 and 111 miles an hour. Here comes Ruben Ruiz out of Hermosillo in the S10. When did like running the exhaust out the side of the fenders become a thing? I'm just not sure that I love that. Leroy Durham over on the right side in the dragster. Whatever happened to upswept headers? I mean, there's still a few of them out there, but not nearly as many as there used to be. People get tired of burning themselves when they're trying to run the valves. Difference at this end, 4 thou. Difference at that end, 2 thou. Wow. Ruben Ruiz goes 006, dead 4. Leroy Duran, 10, taken 002 for the loss. 10 taken 002. How many bracket racers would take that? Like pretty much every time? Ruiz puts up 10 total. Durham goes 10 on the tree, takes 002 to break out by 002. I mean, come on. 10 take 002 will win you a lot of races, just not that one. Crazy. Ridiculous. Ludicrous. So we're doing a quick little touch up back here. Cleaning up some of the rubber and some of the debris. Well, that's the way it's spelled. Well, we can see the end of Super Pro. We just ain't there yet. Kind of like when you go on, a 14-hour drive. It's that last 75 miles. It's just like, oh, come on. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Brian Lopez in the Camaro, Mike Zimmerman in the dragster. Brian forgot to turn the air on. I am an expert at that. I mean, we're talking club level. I have a doctorate. Both drivers leave too soon. Zimmerman for the win, 009 to 16. Wow, and then dead 2 for Zimmerman. Lopez goes 5 thou quick. So both of them definitely had the right number on the window, and both of them left a little bit too soon, and Zimmerman's going to come out on the winning side of that. Brings up Travis again. Sherwood Park, Alberta. That's what started the whole Winnie the Pooh and Yogi Bear thing, because I mentioned one time that Yogi lived in Sherwood Park. They said, no, you idiot, he lives in Jellystone. Jeremy Jacobs with the Savoy over on the right side. 580 is his magic number. Double 04, 460 for the win for Travis. Jacobs goes 82 on an 80, had no chance to win it. He was locked out. As Travis went 041 above against the 34 light, that's game over. Now it's going to be Eric Daniels. in the Classic Vega. And Dylan Moody in the Classic Dragster. An absolutely beautiful day. I wish we could just turn the breeze off. Yesterday we had the same day, but we didn't have the breeze. .72 degrees out there, 115 feet of density altitude. And after identical reaction times, Dylan Moody runs 1 over the dial. Eric Daniels runs 3 over the dial. You guys can probably figure out what happened there, right? Right? Hey, Super Pro, if you're double entered and you haven't come back for the second one, you're about to miss out. Because we're at the end. And we're going to roll juniors in. Here comes Zach Taylor and Bill Bullock. Bill's in the Camaro, Zach is in the dragster. I'm thinking that even the tenderest of foot can tell which one's which down there. Well, this is probably not going to be pretty. Case in point, 008 Bill. Zach Taylor had a reaction time start with a 1. Zach ran dead on 6 and wasn't even in the picture. Not even close. Wasn't happening. Wasn't making it. Bill Bullock for the win. Brings up Ray Bong and Nacho Rivera. Nacho goes 0-17, dead 0. And Bong had nothing for that. 36 on the tree, locked out. Dead 7, didn't matter. He wasn't getting there. No way, no how, no chance. That'll bring up Brittany Hinkle. Driving Donnie's little Chevy 2. The beauty of double entries. The difference in reaction time between the two. Advantage, Brittany. But Rodney Ward runs closer to the dial. He's going to take the win. 624 at 105 to a 702 at 96 miles an hour. So Brittany will be headed for the $40 forgiveness. And here comes Matt Bong in the left side. Chris Forsyth in the right. Remember the practice tree tournament tonight. $20 to get in, and the winner gets a free entry to the Summer Showdown. Or the Southwest Showdown, the Southwest Showdown. Not sure what the issue was down there with Forsyth, but he was like kind of double checking, triple checking everything before they pulled up in stage, and then when it was time to go, he didn't. So Bong runs down there. You heard him take his foot off the gas early, 6:44 for the win.
No, I'm not getting too with these either. Didn't the announcers have a beer fund?
What?
Didn't the announcers have a beer fund?
Sure. Awesome.
It's the start. You can see what you can go now.
I love it. I love it. I thought you were bringing me a chunk of steel.
That's how you tune a junior.
Okay. Get Donnie back up here.
We need Calvin Locke. Okay. We need Calvin with your car to the staging lanes. Pretty please. Mickey Galloway going to take the solo here with an odd number of cars. Answering the bell. Well, Mike at this point is, I'm thinking glad that's a solo because I'm guessing he didn't shut that off himself. So hopefully, if there's an issue, it is a fixable issue before the next round. We had one pair that needed to be rerun. We got our juniors back there, and then we're going to continue marching on. Hey, Pro Bracket, Pro ET, double entries, come on down. Pro ET, double entries to the lanes. Round number 1 of the little kids in the little cars. 12 and under, with Dave Caldwell on the left side and Kiara DeCarolis in the right. Handicap start going to go to Dave over here on the left side. Pretty sizable. He's dialed in at 12:11. 9:16 for Kiera, so almost 3 seconds, and it's not going to matter now. They're pushing DeCarolis back. Problem with her car after the burnout. Pulled up and got ready to go into the staging procedure and apparently lost fire. So Dave's not here. It's me, Dave, open up, I got the stuff. Dave's not here. Everybody under 40 is going, what's he talking about? Who's Dave? On the free ride, he predicted 12:11, ran 12:27. 51 miles per hour. And here come the first, hopefully, pair. Mason over here on the left side. Weston Moody over there on the right side. Weston likes the right side of the racetrack because he's from El Paso, and that feels like it's closer to home. And it is by, 18 feet. Both of them down on the floor, 890 to an 891. Both of them away on the green. Only one of them's going to win it, however. It's going to be an 899 for Mason Tuck. 71 miles an hour. Moody is way back of the dial, goes 903. And left Mason loads and loads of room to sneak in down there. Now it's Kathy Waters in the left lane, Lisa Moody in the right. Pro ET, double enters. Pro ET double enters. You need to be headed this way. And Pro ET, the rest of you can drop right on in behind them. Come on down, Pro ET. Once again, both of them down very close to the floor. Alyssa is in at a 90. Kathy is in at a 96. The wind light's going to come on for Alyssa. It runs 901 at 72 miles an hour. Kathy missed it even worse, goes 907 at 71 miles an hour. Difference in reaction time was 0.04 of a second. That was a difference in stripe as well. Indexically speaking, they were only about 0.06 apart, but the better reaction time carried the day. Christian Pigeon now on the left side and Blake Foltz in the right. Christian, TMI, Tank House Maintenance Incorporated, and AAG, glass, tent, paint, collision. Hopefully you don't need all 4 of those at the same time. Seconds to handicap here. Look how far down there Christian is. Blake closing, Blake closing, Blake closing, and Blake, I think he even pedaled it down there. 901, 69 miles an hour. Christian goes 1203 at 54 miles an hour. And here comes Malachi. I still think it says Malachi, but they said it's Malachi, so it's like, okay, it's his name. I'll say it his way. Bresky Kinman on the right side. Both of them dialed in at 890. This is why all the junior drivers, when they graduate, they want to go super comp racing because they're so used to the number 890. Couple hundredths of a second too soon. Simple as that. Turn on a red light. Takes himself out of here in round number 1. Now there are buybacks for the junior cars, so if the juniors want to get back in, they can. Kenman goes 895 at 72 miles an hour. Now I was just thinking, if I was a junior racer, instead of like having a Wally race, why don't we do like a you know, for a A in chemistry. The winner gets to upgrade 1 spot of the report card, 2 letters. They still grade the letters, or they do numbers now, or does everybody pass? Colton Darby on the left side, Weston Forsythe on the right. If Weston leaves the starting line, he'll be doing better than his dad. Oh yeah, way better than his dad. Way more better. And the win line's going to come on for Weston. .907, 71 miles an hour on the solo run. And now we get into the elderly junior racers. Well, elderly might not be the most apt description, but, you know, compared to the little kids. Pro ET. Each of you, all of you, every one of you, each of the lanes. Jace Renal, here comes the champ in the left side. Mason Flegar on the right side. Jace got her down on the 790, quick as you can go. So Mason's going to take a little bit of a head start here. Just a little one. Just a smidge. That's a Silver State machine over and right. Took that head start, but unable to hold on. 801, 75 miles an hour for Jace. Mason goes 817. Jace was a double 05 reaction time. That is getting it done in a junior car. Now it's going to be Matty Krubaugh and Gavin Pine. Matty Krubaugh. Momentum Brokers, Top Fuel Espresso. Gavin Pine in here out of La Mirada, California. Gavin Pine attacking a tree at 002, and then he couldn't hold on. Matty sneaks by, goes 801, 81 miles an hour, 0.07 of a second at the finish line stripe. But Gavin, a 002, crushing light. Couldn't run the number, let Matty sneak by. Then we got Madeline Smith. In here, what was that? Was that like a P-51 or something like that? What was a warplane that would be depicted down there? Cade Renault over on the right side. And now it's 797, Madeline 790. Both drivers away on the green, closing in now on the finish line stripe. Cade gonna win. It goes 812, 75 miles an hour. 802 at 80 miles an hour. Comes up for Madeline. Cade, however, had the reaction advantage. Got the head start, got the reaction advantage, and that just put him too far out in front for Madeline to deal with. Now it's going to be Macy Coleman. Rolling here on the left side. chosen number for both. Macy left, Brooklyn right. Oh, and Brooklyn sneaks by. Macy Coleman put a couple of hunt in the bank when she hit the gas, but not running a number because 8 flat, 78 miles an hour, and Brooklyn able to sneak the nose out in front, 794 for the 81 mile an hour winner. Now it's Kinsey Jones. The folks at National Auto Repair, Southwest Graphics. And Allison Boley for This Is Bracket Racing Junior. Might as well learn from one of the best, Luke Bagacki. Multiple-time world champion who speaks junior. Allison Boley hits the tree at 10 and then takes a stripe a couple hundred winner, 797 at 80 miles an hour. 797 also for Kinsey Jones at 81 miles an hour. Could not overcome Allison's 0:10 reaction time. And here comes Chloe Darby on the left side and Sarah Kidd on the right. I don't think I've seen anybody with more energy down there than Chloe's starting line helper. Put that energy to work and that car runs 650. I think there's a rule against that, but you know, if there wasn't a rule against it, somebody would have built a nitro burning junior by now. Because, well, you know, drag race mentality. Sarah Kidd goes 791 at 81 miles an hour, and they're kind of having a discussion down there. It looked like Sarah went in and staged, and like a second and a half later, the red light came on. And that's kind of what they're talking about down there. All right, we've got a rerun coming up in Super Pro, and then we're going to have Pro ET rolling in with the buyback round. Calvin Locke on the left side. Don Toya in the right. Don is part of Team Tree Amigos. Really? He wasn't here yesterday, but he's on the team today? Okay. Well, Don's, you know, Don probably figures he's good enough to give everybody a one-day head start. Drivers get away. Calvin Locke is out there. Donnie's closing in. Donnie's not going to catch him. 22 on the tree, 14 on the track for Calvin. That's going to be a winner. Toyo was 054 and then 5 back of the dial, and that just left the window way too far open. Calvin Locke going to take care of business. Looks like we got Pro ET rolling up for round number 2. Or deep down in the trash can. We've had some paper blowing across the starting line and across the racetrack. We'd hate to have somebody miss out on ET or lose the time because of blowing at debris out on the racetrack.
Speaking of the trash rolling across the racetrack, got that napkin that's about to make the left lane wall here. We'll see if it happens. Chloe Darby just got that pass, and that junior goes 009 on the red side. And looking for an 870, goes to 69 and a 7, so 3 under. We're going to do just a little bit of computer work. Make sure everything is good to go before we get into our Pro ET category. DeAndre Fitzgerald Here we go, starting off our pro round number 2. 661 dial up against Joe Kidd. Joe is running the Outlaw today. How cool is that? He's in the big bumper 78 Nova. I'm sorry, 74 Nova. 668 is the dial for Joe over there in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. DeAndre Fitzgerald. Boy, I tell you, talk about going rounds in a brand new car to him. Now, yesterday, I think Thursday was the first time that he got in this car, and he's been going rounds ever since. So he's made the 32 car shootout. He went, I think, all the way to the semis in the car, and that went several rounds yesterday. How far can he go today in the race? Go looking for a 661 here in the left-hand lane. Joe Kidd over there in the American Walk-In Coolers could not get around to that 29 light of DeAndre. He was 2 worse, had a 46 to DeAndre's 29. DeAndre goes double 6. He's 5 up on his 61 with a nickel on 665. So at 98 miles an hour. Here's Andy Kadar. Team Matchbox easy for you to say. Matchbox Diecasts. I'm only going to try that once. In a 65 Pontiac Tempest. 801 is the dial for Andy. Here's Brandy Card. Maverick. The Maverick looking for a 740. Andy wants an 801, and Andy gets an 809. So he was about 8 up on the dial. Had a whole lot better light. Brandy left 3/10 at the starting line and goes a 48 on a 40 at 90 miles an hour. Andy takes the win at 75. Here's Mike Williams back up again in that Mopar. Good looking 64 Plymouth Fury. He wants a 746 in the right hand lane. Trevor Ward all the way from Wilcox. 697 on the window of the 19 Camaro. So both of them get away with a green light start. Better reaction time goes to the winner. Oh, by 95 10,000ths of a second. 9 thou goes to Mike Williams in the win. He was about 2 better at the tree and goes dead on 1. It was a 72 package, but took the stripe by 9 thou and gets the win at 89 miles an hour.
Hey viewers, this is Nicholas with Trackside Live. We are doing a quick mic check. We have some interviews coming up for you guys. So if you can drop a comment below, let me know you hear me. That would be awesome. Thank you so much.
It goes 82 on a 79, a better light by about 19, and 94 miles an hour into round number 3 for the Camaro. Eric ticked behind. Goes 48 on a 43, but left 19 at the starting line. Here's Victor Sandoval, the slammed down 67 Chevelle. 602 is the dial. He's here in the left-hand lane. Joe Cox, Team El Bandito, 66 Plymouth. Right-hand lane, 703 is the dial for Joe. Joe has a 360 cubic inch small block Mopar. 703 against a 602. So the 703 right lane gets out first by about a second. And there's a double green light. Both of them out and away under green. 13 separates them at the starting line. And a breakout win. Oh, Joe took the stripe by 19 and goes under by 6 thou at 96 miles an hour. Victor Sandoval goes 2 up on his. He had a 602 dial, goes a 604 at 112 for the win. Benjamin Borquez. Benjamin with a 734 on the window here in the left lane against Tatum Marconi. Marconi in the Mopar, 66 Cornet. The Cornet wants a 676. Tatum with a 52 light gets the win because, wow, Benjamin way tardy, almost a full 10th behind. 193 to Tatum's 052. And Tatum goes 4 up on his dial Dial to 76, goes at 800 at 99. The truck, the little S10 pickup truck, Joe Kidd's truck, goes 35 on a 33. Better Light goes to the right lane by 1,000th of a second. Takes a stripe by 72. Margin of victory 71 goes to the left lane. Out of Glendale, 2001 Ford Mustang. Ooh, hang on to the doors. Wow, the parasitic psycho, because here comes Tim O'More in a hurry. Timmy was looking for an 80 and goes an 81. AJ had a better light by about 15, but goes 50. He was 3 up on his dial. Margin of victory, 4,000th of a second, 49 10,000ths goes to Tim O'More as he blew by AJ at 120 miles an hour. Here's Adriel Lopez, 2014 rear engine dragster, up against Chuck Hawk Jr. Hawk Family Racing, Chuck Hawk Automotive. 706 is the dial for Chuck in the Mustang. Adriel 540 is what he's looking for. And again, better reaction time goes to Chuck Hawk. Took the stripe by 96, gets the win, 3 up on his dial. 93 miles an hour, Chuck Hawk with the win. Adriel blows past at 126 miles an hour. So a 51 light for Adriel, 38 light for Chuck, and Chuck will take the win at 93.49 miles an hour. Here's the Insidious C10 pickup truck of Bob Cohen. Team Geezers and the Kid. Here in the left-hand lane, 69 C10 pickup truck, 704 dial. Up against Manny Lopez. Manny is in the Camaro. Manny wants a 709. Oh, this is a heads up for you. Only about 5 seconds ahead. Cohen, 4 thou red. So being that is round number 2, Bob, it's going to the trailer. And Manny goes into round number 3. Pair of neat looking Chevelles. Pair of 70 Chevelles. Street legal. Pair of Chevelles. Dave Dudley. Dudley. Too much red. That's like 35 red. Free time around to Larry Cannon. Karen goes 2 up on his dial. Dial to 16 goes an 18. 63 tree at 110 miles an hour. The Dart, that belongs to Tyler Sally. Looking for a 737 in the left lane. The Camaro, that belongs to Luis Valenzuela Sr. Got a 559 on the window over there in the American walk-in cooler's right lane. So Luis going to have to be a couple of seconds patient. And Tyler Sally is a tough customer to get around. Luis is one of the past track champions here at Tucson Dragway. Ooh, couldn't do it this time though. Left about 4 at the starting line. 61 to a 24. Tyler Sally will take it away. 2 up 2 on his 37 with a 39 at 89. Took the stripe by 24 and gets a win at 89 for Tyler Sally. Ken Nowicki. 76 Dodge Dart. 710 on the window. I'm sorry, Kurt Reif. Duh. Kurt Reif here in the left lane. 666 is what Kurt wants and gets it. Goes 668, but a 003 reaction time. Took the stripe by 40 and gets a win at 98. Nowicki goes under by 5 thou at 95.89. Oh, went from back into a pair of Chevy 2s, the 66 teal colored Chevy 2 of Jeffrey Edwards. 643 dial left lane. Chevy 2 of Frankie Leon will get the win on a true start. Best red light for Frankie Leon. Henry Labaugh. Team Matchbox Diecasts. 691 in the Dart. The Nova, that's Dean Cummins. Dean in a 69 Nova. 596 on the window. 632 cubic inches of Chevy power. I believe the green, that wind light's going to go to Cummins, and yeah, it does. 005, 5 thou off a perfect 000. Cummins will get it, goes 00 on a 96. So he's 4 up on the dial, but gives him a pack of about 9 at 110. Henry goes under his 91 with an 89. The Vega, that's Chris Stout coming out of Pocatello. Well, Chris sometimes in Pocatello, sometimes in the Phoenix area, but I understand the majority of the time Chris Phoenix area looking for a 714 up against Monique Allen's 77 Corvette. Chris is going to go another round here at a much better light, full 10th better, 29 to a 131, and then goes 24, about 10 up on it, but it doesn't matter. Took the stripe by 47. And Chris will take the win at 89.07. All right, Marcos, the blue oval bullet, left lane. 668 for Marcos. Out of Glendale, Arizona. I believe Marcos works for the water company up there in Glendale. So when he can get some time off and do a little work on it. McCammon in the El Camino. Says, I'm just going to buy in for today and see what happens. Well, Marcos Ocampo in the bullet took him out that time. Better light by about 3. Goes to Marcos with the win. 672 on a 68 at 100. Jimmy Southwick, 89 S10 out of Flagstaff, 744 right-hand lane. And of course, Ken Passerby. Passerby 684. Richie Johnson in his Vega left lane. Will take the win by 74 10,000ths of a second. 7 thou. Looks like Jimmy left about 5 at the starting line, picked up 2 at the other end, and goes under his 44 with a 43. 9 thou under at 96. Looks like Passerby goes 2 up on it. 83 on an 81, but had about 4 put away. Stan Hammond and Chris Doctor. Doctor in the Bel Air. Hammond in the Nova. 625 dial. The Bel Air right, 620 dial. Oh, better light goes to the winner. That's Stan. A 10 to a 64. Hammond goes 26 on the 25, 26 and a 7, so 17 up on the dial, and a 10 light. Makes about a 27 pack at 103 miles an hour. James Vila. Oh, another Vega. Well, we got a ton of Vegas out here this weekend as well. So along with our El Caminos, Caballeros, and all kinds of stuff, and we got a whole bunch of Vegas. Jeremy Plyer out of Douglas sticks the Nova up on the bumper and will take a win at 114 miles an hour. As Plyer 0.44 to Villa's 124, 10th better. Goes 2 up on the dial at 114 for the win. Here's John Scherer. Again, Team Matchbox Diecasts. The 69 Valiant. The Mr. Magoo 2 specializes in Mopar transmissions up there in Peoria. 675. In the American walk-in coolers right-hand lane for John. 714. Ranger pickup. 2001 Ranger. Alley. Oh, bit tardy on the starting line. 125 to a 38. Sure takes a stripe by double 3. Wow. Goes 6 up on his dial, but he had a whole 10th stuck in the bank at 93 miles an hour. Here's Steve Valdez in his Vega. He's got to go up against Chris Citro. Oh boy. Team, what's her name? Citros? 87 Mustang. Big block Ford 660 is what Chris is going to go for. 664 is what Steve is going to go for. It is a double green light start. Better light goes to Valdez. Oh, and Chris trying to catch up. He knew he was about 3 tardy at the starting line. Tried to catch up and he goes under by 0.03 of a second. He also took the stripe, but the win goes to Valdez. Margin of victory about 39 hun goes to Valdez. Here's Jack Anaya. 605. Vega left. Alan Walcott. 1706 Corvette. 755 is on the window of the Corvette. Wow, again, better light does not take the win. Wow. 2/10. Better light to Allen, but he goes under his 50. 5 with a 50. Wow. Too bad. No chance of getting there in time. Anaya with that 323 light will take the win. Only 3 up on his dial. Here's Matt Hawk. Team Wheelie Slow. 72 Ford Maverick. Hawk Family Racing. 748. Andazola's 669. Andazola's looking 669. Goes 668 with a 1. Took 3 too much stripe. Trying to catch up a little bit. Matt was 39 on the tree. Lonnie was 45 on the tree. Andazola took 3 stripe and goes under by 9 thou. Here's Jimmy Maddox and Craig Sauerbaugh. Craig in the 96 Firebird. Maddox in the 79 Chevy Nova. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tell you what, we've got Chris Citro is coming back down the racetrack. Now we're going to start throwing out some. We'll get the golf cart up there. So just want to do a little heads up program that Chris and Melissa and Kyle and all of Team Citro put on for you. You've seen our junior street in high school. Now you've seen some of those kids go down through here. And the junior street in high school, what a program that is. So I tell you, as soon as they get down here, so if you have any questions about that junior street in high school program, that's the gentleman to see. And he's down there throwing out some t-shirts for you right now. So I tell you what, if you want one of those Junior Street and high school t-shirts, and if you want any information about that program, that is a great, great program for youngsters. So Junior Street and high school program. Ask Chris any questions you got. And if you want one of those t-shirts, hey, stop by. Chris is down there throwing them out for you. So what a deal that is. I mean, he was actually selling those shirts yesterday. So what a wonderful deal, and what a great thing for our kids. We here at Tucson Dragway, we go all the way from big wheels all the way up to Super Pro and then beyond. So that is a program that you want to get your kids into. So once again, Junior Street and high school, that is your coordinator. If you want to get into that program, stop by and talk to Chris. He'll take good care of you and your kids. Here's Justin Terrell. He's here in the left lane, hand lane, in a 69 Chevelle. Got a 690 on the window. And Carson Heath. Carson, team Uh-oh. Goes 14 red. Gives the win to Justin. That Chevelle's going to take that win. Goes dead on 4 after a 69 light. Wow, gave the stripe to Carson, but doesn't matter. Carson goes 14 red. So Justin had a free time red and goes dead on 4 after a 69 light. We got a 60. No, we got a looks like the Valiant. Luis Ortiz doing the driving on the Valiant for this round. Team El Bandito. Chevrolet powered Valiant. 629 against Dave Hicks, 68 Camaro. Dave's looking for a 624, but he cannot get around Luis's 0.26 reaction time. Hicks had a 121. Anytime you have a 1 after that decimal point, usually not going to get the win. He was only 2 up on the dial, but Luis was about 4 up on the dial, but I had a 26 light to get the win. There's one of our favorite folks on property, Rob Hill. He bought a whole bunch of those 50-50 tickets yesterday for our big wheel. Oh, good. You're going to go another round as well. But he bought a whole bunch of those 50-50 tickets for our Big Wheel Association and turned around and gave the money right back when he did win. So thank you, Rob. Going to take that win, though, at 101 miles an hour as Haney goes 168 red. Wow. And then goes dead on 4. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Motorcycle, your first call. Junior Street and high school, Junior Street and high school, your first call to lane 2. Motorcycle, your first call to lane 1. West Snodgrass, 67. Nova here in the left lane. Up against John Amstutz. John looking for a 777. Whoa. Margin of victory, 5. That's 0.005. 5/10,000ths of a second. Amstutz had a couple stuffed in the bank, and he was a couple up on his dial. But Wes was just about 5/10,000ths difference. So Amstutz takes the win at 88 miles an hour. Here's Brad Fisher in that 4-speed Fairmont wagon. 793 dial. Up against Thad Card. Thad in the Mustang. Fisher wants a 793 and Attention to pits. Attention to pits. We do need our junior street and high school. Junior street and high school, lane 2. And motorcycles, lane 1. All right, here we go. Back after it once again. 69 Nova left lane. 66 Fastback Mustang right lane. Mark Johns out of Vale. 642 to DeVore's 683. Wow. DeVore 006. 006 reaction time, 6 thou off that perfect. Then goes dead on 7. 6 and 7, 13. Took stride by 54. Looks like Mark Johns ticked behind 53 at the tree, 43 on the run at 42. So he had left about 14 out there at 105. Win goes the Hound Dog. Tony Marconi, the Aero Roadster, and the old school long roof Vega. The Vega here in the left lane, looking for a 701. The Aero looking for a 602. Well, once again, just a little bit of computer work, so we're going to make that happen, and we'll get back into racing just shortly. But as it is at the moment, just a little bit of computer work for us, so we'll have that taken care of. We're going to do quite a bit of reboot. You know how everything goes with computers. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. They want to play, but right at this point, this one doesn't want to play as well. So we're going to get Wolfie back up here and do a rerun for him, and Marconi is still here. So we'll get, if Wolfie can come right back around, we'll take good care of you, Marv, and run you right back down the racetrack again as soon as we get this computer glitch taken care of. So like I say, once again, if you're up there in the grandstands and you would like to get you something good to eat or drink, we've got that down in Vendors Midway, as well as that yummy kettle corn. Sam's down there serving up great yummy kettle corn. So again, you might want to get you a big bag of that, or 2 or 3 or whatever. So it goes pretty quickly, and of course, once you get that bag, that's going to go quickly as well. So like I say, our Vendors Midway is open down there. Get you some good stuff to eat or drink. We'll be just a few minutes while we take care of this.